Talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
And I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out to all you guys that are here watching Love Crossing Borders on a beautiful Monday evening. Glad to see you guys here, man. Appreciate you all that are coming in. We got a great topic for tonight in regards to a warning. You know how I like to give public service announcements, and tonight is going to be just like before. Public service announcement when it comes to the Passport Bro movement. Do not get caught up with falling in love with baby mamas. Yeah, I said it. Don't get caught up with falling in love with baby mamas in the States, and don't get caught up with falling in love with baby mamas overseas. We're going to look at reasons why. It's easy to sit back and say, well, you shouldn't be with baby mamas because of the kids. We're going to look at some things from the kids' perspective. I want to say that again. When I mentioned don't get caught up with baby mamas, a lot of times guys think that, I mean, you know, it's because she has kids. We're going to look at you being in a mama's life from the kids' perspective. Some of y'all are going to be walking into a situation that you're still thinking about, what Andre must be talking about. Those of us are going to be spending money on the kids, or, you know, you can't hang out like you want to because of babysitting issues. All that is, you know, that's commonplace. We're going to talk about some things that a lot of guys don't think about when it comes to whether you're in the States or whether you're overseas, getting serious about another man's woman and another man's kids. I know you guys haven't thought of it like that, but that is another man's woman. And that is another man's kids. I don't care how many years you've invested, that is another man's woman. When she gave the most important thing in the universe to that man and offspring, you decided to enter into a polygamous relationship. Some of you guys say, I'm not into poly. You're in one now. I'll say this again. Some men think that they will never do a polygamous relationship, whether it be sharing a woman or having two women. Got you. The moment you decide to become a stepdad, you have entered into a lifelong, whether you wanted to accept it or not, a polygamous relationship with another man. The woman is in the middle. You can impact her emotions. He can impact your emotions, or her emotions. I'll say that again. You can impact her emotions. So can he. You can impact her sexual desires. So can he. He can say something to her the wrong way on the wrong day, and she ain't having no sex with you. Just because of something stupid that he said as the father of the children. So if you don't think that man impacts your sex life, you're crazy. Or impacts her sex life, you're crazy. I've been in those shoes of being a stepfather for 14 years. I know the emotional mood swings that good mothers go through with bad fathers. I'll say this again. I personally know the emotional, sexual, physical, psychological swings that good mothers go through when they have children by bad, irresponsible fathers. And you can be caught in the middle of it. So we're going to look at that tonight because I want you guys to be prepared. It doesn't just happen in the States. It happens all throughout the continent of Africa. It happens in Southeast Asia. When y'all want to go out there to Southeast Asia, and they got the cute little girls, cute daughters, and y'all want to be stepdaddies. You need to find stepdaddies mean that you need to make sure that you know what you're stepping into. That's what tonight's episode is about. And that's where we're looking at it from the youth's perspective. There are going to be some guys that try to shame you into being stepdads. If you want the black community to come back together, then you need to decide on being a stepdad. You telling me that the black community is so destroyed with fatherless children and single mothers that the only way the black community will actually come back together is those of you who don't have kids donate your lineage to another man's lineage and raise his sperm. That's the only way the black community is going to come back together? Well, if it was up to me, I don't think it's going to come back together. Shout out to Snuggles in the... What in tarnations do we have here? We got Snuggles in the building. Shout out to you, man. I hope you'll stay the whole show, man. Appreciate you being here. First of all, we got to show love to my Medellin brother. T-Mac is in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. My man Zach is in the... Zach Woods is here too. What have we done right this evening? I prayed for you guys earlier, but I didn't know that you guys are going to show up. I kid you not, I really did. I do pray for us. If you guys ever wonder, man, it's not a bragging thing, but I do pray for my family, pray for my marriage, pray for our business, but I also keep us men. I keep us in prayer, dude. So don't sit back and think that I be talking to the Lord and I just be talking all selfish. I be talking to the Lord about all of us succeeding. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my man David Dice of the Dice family in the building. Appreciate you. I knew something was missing. Some music nonstop. Some music was mentioned. Missing the intro music. There we go. That's love crossing borders right there. Intro music. Now I even want to bring this beat back. I'm gonna bring this beat back right here to the intros. Let me go back to the original intros. Here we go. Shout out to my man T-Mac in the building. Coming in from straight from Medellin, them LA Medellin boys. You know how they get. Shout out to my man Snuggles or ma'am Snuggles. Nobody really knows. Being in the building, representing. Appreciate you being here this evening. As well as my man Zach Woods. First of his name of the Woods family. Appreciate you being here. He said, unless you are ugly as or elderly, why would you settle for a single mom abroad? A lot of dudes do that, man. A lot of dudes. You can't tell them nothing. I know dudes, man, that's booed up to women with 3, 4 kids, 2, 3 baby daddies. 2, 3 baby daddies, bruh. So it's not uncommon. It happens a lot more than you think. And then guys try to tell that lie. Well, everybody, there's not that many single women in these other countries. That's a lie. I'm going to debunk that myth, guys. That's a lie. If you're looking for single women, the universe will give you what you're looking for. But if you're looking for women with kids, that's all the universe will give you, baby mama. So stop acting like there are no women without children, because I kid you not. Since I've been here, when I was in a dating pool in South America, just South America, 1 baby mama. 1 that came my way. All the rest of them that I knew and was introduced to, no kids, 2. Actually, it was 2. No kids. Smashing through all these women, no kids. Of all different ages, no kids. From their 40s to 24, no kids. 34, 32 throughout Colombia, no kids. So when y'all dudes come down here, y'all be talking about stuff, there ain't nothing but down there but ladies with kids. Y'all need to talk to somebody that don't live here, or somebody that wasn't single here. Because I'm tired of y'all telling that lie. Tell that to somebody that don't know no better. Y'all smashing baby mamas because that's what y'all want. So stop acting like that's not what's happening. So once again, to my brother David Dice of the Dice family. Appreciate you being here, brother, once again. Appreciate you being here. Let's bring them a tie. There we go. Family and friends, Andre Chat, your Chat Lives Matter. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my man, For Profit Stores in the building. Shout out to you. And let crypto run. Yes, sir. Let's scroll down. My man FBAJ is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. OG and Andrea, blessings to LCB family. And here's a soak up game. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Zach says this: always vote for JD Vance in 2028 if you're a U.S. citizen, as he will help make the economy great. Yeah, I don't know about that so far, man. JD is connected to Trump, and Trump ain't doing so good. His numbers are down. Everything that he said he was going to do, I'm going to go and beat China. And China destroying the United States in tariffs. If you think it's bad now, wait until Walmart raise the prices next month. Walmart already told y'all, listen, we raising all our prices. All of them. Y'all think y'all paying $19, $20 for half a dozen eggs now? Man, Walmart says it's going to be $55.22 for 24 eggs. Y'all keep on playing. Keep on playing around in the States, waiting on JD and waiting on Trump and waiting on Biden. Man, the only thing we should be waiting on as men with passports is flights. We should be waiting on the day we about to leave. That's all I care about. I don't care none. When I was there, I wasn't tripping on a politician. Why? Because it never got any better anyway. It's never going to get any better. Okay, if I'm lying, put in the comment section the year that it got better other than 1994 to 1996 when there was the .com boom. Other than that, name the year that the United States got better. You can't use the Clinton time. Clinton gave us a surplus. We were not in debt. You can't use Clinton. Outside of Clinton, name the president that helped things get better. You can't use Reagan. Reagan made the rich richer, not the poor. So don't try to use Reagan. That trickle down BS, don't lie to me. I was raised during that era. Well, I know what happened. Can't use Carter. Obama, that's when the housing market crashed. You want to talk, you can't use Bush, too. George W., that was during the wars. He was spending money on wars. America wasn't making no money. Bush won? Stop it. Just stop it. Gerald Ford. He was just an interim president when Nixon got impeached. Nixon was the president that took us off the gold standard. We're no longer back gold because of Nixon. Johnson. Come on, name the president. Since y'all president worshipers in the States, since y'all worship y'all president so much, name the president. The only way it's going to get better if you personally take steps while you're in the States or outside of the States to make things better for you. That's the only way things are going to get better. So y'all can have JD Vance next. I don't care. Y'all can have somebody worse than Trump next. I don't care. I didn't care when I was in the state because when you looked at the presidencies and the Congresses and the judicial system as far as the Supreme Court, it's never gotten better. Supreme Court has gotten worse. You can buy judges now. Ask Trump. Congress, gang war. You got the Republicans red. The Republicans blue versus the Democrats red. You can't get nothing done in Congress. Nothing now. Remember they used to work across the aisle? That doesn't happen anymore. So Congress is worse. So while you're sitting around waiting and twiddling your thumbs, hoping America gets better, tell me when. Put it in the comment section. It's never been better. Stop telling yourself that lie and get your life together. You get one life, one time, one chance. And you waiting around for JD Vance. One time, one life, one chance. And you sitting up there hyping up JD Vance. You better be hyping up the airlines and make sure airlines get more advanced flights. You better hype up the price of when it comes to getting a passport. Hopefully we can get 2 passports at one. You better hype up the fact that we need more tax breaks as expats. Anything that got to do with travel and relocating, you should be hyping that up. Everything else don't mean a dang thing to you if it ain't got nothing to do with business. Now, when it comes to business in the United States, that has always improved. The stock market over the years have always improved. Business structure, opportunities for the rich have always improved. Tax breaks for the rich have always improved. So if you're not focusing on making money on your own, I'm not talking as an employee either. If you're not making money on your own with your own business, I don't care if it starts off as a small hustle and then you get it incorporated and then all of a sudden you start expanding. I don't care how you do it. You got to do something about start making money for yourself. Because if you think that being an employee outside of tech, let's say this again, be an employee outside of tech or trade. In other words, you got to trade like HVAC, plumbing, truck drivers. If you don't have a trade job, dude, in the United States, we're seeing people get laid off now. Amazon just laid off 6,000. No, was it Amazon or Google? Google just laid off 6,000 this week. You talking about some damn JD Vance? If JD Vance ain't an airline stewardess, I ain't trying to hear nothing about JD Vance. I ain't gonna lie to you. JD Vance is not an airline stewardess or steward, I don't give a damn about a JD Vance. If JD Vance is not an airline pilot, I don't want to hear nothing about no JD Vance. If JD Vance ain't out there with the light telling me my flight is about to leave, I don't care nothing about JD Vance. If he ain't got nothing to do with my luggage, if I don't see JD Vance behind the ticket booth, if I don't see JD Vance taking tickets and asking me for my passport, if JD Vance ain't stamping passports, I don't give a damn about a JD Vance. This is nothing against the man JD Vance, because he gonna be in the United States when I'm not. Do your thing, JD. I ain't hating on you, baby. Run for president. If they let you win, ain't got nothing to do with me. And I love America, but I'm not about to sit up here and lean my life, the rest of my life, on these politicians. Man, please. I'm watching the elderly when it comes to Social Security, losing out on their Social Security benefits. I'm watching them making fake food. I was looking at a video the other day. A sister had a chicken breast. She said, watch this. She closed the chicken breast and the breast melted in her hand like butter. A chicken breast in the States. And then the video went to a white woman and she did it. And then it went to another black woman and she had a chicken breast and she was in her kitchen. She said, watch this. And nothing but strings, not fat, strings of fat, like spaghetti strings of fat were coming out of the chicken breast. And you worried about a damn JD Vance? You may not be alive to see if JD win. The way they doing your food, the way they doing your water, the way you got air pollution over there, the way you got noise pollution over there. You think about JD Vance in 2028, you might not even be alive the way they putting that stuff in your food and your sodas, feeding your kids the stuff that they putting in McDonald's and Burger King. You worried about JD Vance? It's time for us to start focusing on ourselves, brothers. I mean that one. JD Vance, I don't give a damn who win, who lose. Them days are over for Andre. I'm a spectator like this. America got new president. Damn. JD, okay, all right. Let's see what you gonna do, Trump, okay, Trump, let's see what you're gonna do. Soon as I got my popcorn out, Trump been fucking everything up he can. He ain't been president for 4 months yet and has torn the United States apart. The U.S. government ain't gonna be the same until they gone. Trump will have passed on the glory before America gets back on track after what he just tore up in 4 months. And you talking about JD? Yeah, let me get the big bowl of popcorn, sir. I think for this next election, I'm gonna need the big bowl of popcorn. Give a damn about a JD Vance? I'm serious about that. Let me give you guys a shout out to all you guys, the Super Chat brothers. Shout out to all you brothers. Shout out to, first of all, to Black Nubian being in the building. The Canadian boys at it. Shout out to Kevin King for the 13 months of supporting the channel. He said, I only have 18 months left in the States, Dre. Dre, listen, Dre, hey, Dre, hear me out. Dre, I got 18 months left, bro. I got, like we said in prison, I got 18 in the wake up. I got your last day is called the wake up because you wake up and you leave the prison. So you don't have any more days left. I got 2 weeks in the wake up. I got 5 days in the wake up. My man Tammy King says, I got 18 months in the wake up, dog. Until I'm permanently relocated. Thank you, Andre, for the prison and oil stock. Yep. I'm trying to tell dudes investing in prison stocks with Geo Group and those other prison stocks. My pride won't let me. Okay, white boys doing it. Our white brothers invested in them stocks. They'll be all prideful. White boys be invested in cigarette stocks. Man, the paper play was a stock. The white brothers gonna invest in it, man. I'm about to sit up here and pretend. My man T-Mac, one of my fellow brethren, once again, he said, the government could do very little to improve our lives. Absolutely correct. We have the greatest ability to improve our lives by the decisions that we make and the effort we put in an effort to improve ourselves. It's absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. It's all up to us as individuals, whether it be as a unit, your family or your friends, whether it be as a unit with us that got passports. We know that most Americans aren't going anywhere, and most Americans going to be there complaining. TikTok is nothing but a place where you go to find complaints. If you want to make videos, if you want to do a YouTube channel, all you got to do is a TikTok reaction video. Because that's all TikTok is. Asian people getting paid and watching Americans complain. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all gonna stay there after JD Vance. You ain't going nowhere. JD Vance can win for the Republicans back to back. It could be 12 years of Republicans in power. Y'all still ain't going nowhere, Americans. Oh, y'all complain about racism and y'all complain. Getting on a plane ain't got nothing to do with racism, does it? Getting on a plane has nothing to do with racism. Going down to the post office and getting a passport, what that got to do with racism? Saving up your money instead of shipping it off to them chicks in the States ain't got nothing to do with racism. You paying $400 for a first date ain't got nothing to do with racism. You still sitting up there having kids in the States where you know you want to leave in a couple of years. You steady getting them chicks in the States with no matter what race they are, pregnant, and now you got to pay child support for the next 18 years. You got that chick pregnant last September. That ain't got nothing to do with racism. All of those were your decisions, bruh. So if you decide to get a chick pregnant in the States and you plan on leaving in the next 5 years and you got to pay child support now, that ain't racism. That's your fault. That's your fault. It ain't got nothing to do with white brothers. I mean, everything is not the white brother's fault. Not everything. The fact that you ain't went down to the post office yet and ain't got your passport renewed, that's your fault. There's certain things, man, it is your decision, like my brother said. And it is our job to put forth effort of improvement. He's 100% correct with regards to that. Let me get ready to continue on with the shout outs for you brothers that are here. There's 39 people in the building on a Monday night. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll down. We got my man titled CPT is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Shout out to you. And Don, the JP, is in the building as well. Good evening, Andre. And everyone, or good evening, everyone. Shout out to you. And my man Rico is in the building. Shout out to you. What's up, fellas? Glad to see you here. FBAJ says, he said, why I divorced my ex-wife? Bum, bum, bum. So did I. So did I. He said, I got fired for being disrespected, being a disrespected stepfather. Bum, bum, bum. Sound like me, brother. No matter how much I did, and I wasn't even a perfect stepdad. I wasn't a bad stepdad. I was there doing the homework. I was taking them to football games. I mean, when they were doing, stepson was doing 2-a-days. I'm the one that's picking them up, dropping them off. I'm going to peer teacher council meetings. I'm the one that's going to the presentations. You know, when they're singing in school. I was the one that went to the college fair. I was with them from 4 years old all the way till they went to college. Both of them. Their dad was not there for none of that. He was in and out of prison. Even when he was out, I was trying to get the dude to get involved, but just wouldn't get involved. Finally, he got involved after me and the mom separated. But all the praise and glory goes to the biological dad, Dr. Andre. Nobody's sitting around in their house bragging about what Andre did. I'm gonna say that again. If you ever wonder if you break up with a woman that and she had kids and years later, anybody's bragging about you and that family after all the work you put in? No. Nobody's asking about you. I wonder how Andre's doing. Nobody give a damn about Andre. And I'm not mad. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is life moves on. And some of you guys that want to be stepdads to these women in other countries, you don't realize when it ends, ain't nobody thinking about you. Nobody, dude. Nobody. Let me clear my throat. Nobody. If you ever wondered about some kids who you fed and took care of, and they was calling you daddy and all that, if they give a damn about you, if you and their mama break up, no, they're not supposed to. Every once in a while, you know, you got some step kids that still keep a connection with the stepdad, but that's every blue moon. Those anomalies. Most of the time, you move on with your life, and all those people, including the mama, move on with their life. That's why I say that right now, all you guys that decide to go to other countries and be with stepmamas, shout out to y'all, because you have officially entered into a polygamous relationship, whether you want to admit it or not. Yes, being connected to a man that has emotional control over your woman. Here's you. You've got emotional and mental control over your woman. So does he. You can make her happy. So can he. You can make her upset. So can he. She has thoughts about you. She has thoughts about the baby daddy, his responsibilities and things like that. And she may still have feelings for him, but let's not even go that route. Let's say just even talk about her having feelings. If he doesn't pick the kids up, it's equivalent to you not taking her out for a birthday. Let's say this again. Because some of you guys don't realize, being a stepdad, you are in a polygamous relationship. No, I'm not. The hell you ain't. If he doesn't pick up them kids on that weekend, she is just as pissed as if you forgot to get her a birthday gift. You both have emotional and mental control, and the woman is in the middle. Don't tell me you're not in a polygamous relationship. All you stepdad, you come home, your woman got an attitude, and you ain't did nothing wrong. You can't get no sex tonight, can you? What happened? You know that man controls your sex life. If he does the right thing, you gonna get some. If he does the wrong thing, you might not get none that night, and it wasn't your fault. Don't tell me you ain't in a polygamous relationship. I've been in a step parenting situation. I've seen the mood swings that a woman has when the stepdad does everything he's supposed to do. And I've seen the mood swings that a woman has when the stepfather does not step up. I mean, when the real father doesn't step up and do his job. And I'm over here paying the price. I've seen the kids happy when their dad do something right. And I've seen the kids, and I had to be the cleanup dude when the dad did something wrong. The kids come running to Andre, crying, Andre, fix this. I want to feel better. Our daddy is a bum. So here I am, the one taking them to the movies and going skating, taking a putt-putt golf, when the dad didn't do it. Don't tell me you're not in a polygamous relationship. The woman and the kids are in the middle, and each man impacts the other man. You trying to tell me you ain't in a polygamous relationship? Y'all might as well be having a threesome. That's how close it is. All you dudes want to come to other countries and be in polygamous relationships in the name of rescuing some chick because she's fine. The other thing, if you think she's fine, why you don't think her baby daddy thinks she's still fine? If you want to smash her, what makes you think the baby daddy in Colombia or in Brazil ain't been trying to smash her before you got off the plane the first time? Y'all love to jump into some BS. How long her and the baby daddy been broke up? 6 months. You don't think he can still get that coochie?
You just got off the plane 6 weeks ago. They've been broke up 6 months. You don't think that man can still get that coochie? That dude in Brazil, in Rio right now, as fine as his baby mama is, you know she fine, he knows she fine. It's only been 6 months and they were together for 7 years. You don't think just because you got off the plane 6 weeks ago that he can't still get that coochie? You out your rabbit ass mind. What she told me, what's she supposed to do? What is she supposed to do? She's supposed to tell you she about to give him that coochie? Oh, that's what she's supposed to be honest? Oh, you thought she's supposed to be honest. You can barely speak Portuguese. What are you talking about? She's supposed to be honest, huh? She gonna tell you the truth because you just got off the plane 6 weeks ago. And this man was with her for 7 years. And they got 2 kids. Y'all don't step y'all damn game up, I swear, man. Y'all some suckers. Shout out to my man Ellis in the building. He said, that's facts. He said, I've been dating girls without kids in Colombia a lot. I don't know why you guys get this idea that when you come to Colombia, everybody got a kid. That's who y'all F with, not me. And y'all, and a lot of you dudes that mess with baby mamas, you notice it's a pattern. As soon as you stop messing with one baby mama, there's another one waiting somewhere in the universe for you. Here come another baby mama. And every time you turn around in Colombia or Brazil, no matter what country you go to, have you ever noticed wherever you land on the planet with your flight, there's some baby mamas running your way? You know why? Because according to the law of attraction, you attract who you are. You a dude that like to take care of baby mamas, so the universe is going to give you baby mama. I'm a dude that don't mess with baby mama. I tried that one time, married her, great person, great kids, no problem. But that step parenting thing, that's not for me. I attract women with no kids, no matter where I've landed on the planet, no matter all through all throughout the United States. I'm everywhere. I'm like y'all. I'm some of you dudes get on a flight. You smashing chicks in San Francisco. You all in DC and B-more, beating coochie up. You know, shot back over to Indiana. You all in Cleveland, smacking cheeks on chicks. You up in Detroit and flew your ass down. I'm like some of you dudes. I kid you not. And guess what? Who was mostly I was smashing? The universe kept giving me, no matter where I went in the United States, chicks that didn't have no kids. Every once in a while I was a baby mama, but most of the time the universe say, I know what you like. I know what you like. That's why I could smash so easy. Because most of them ain't had no kids. So I could come over at 3:15 that night. Or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can't. You like messing with baby mamas. You can't go over to her house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon with them kids there. They don't even know that you exist. Man, please. Talk on man Ty in the building. He said, I ain't pulling out regardless. See? You got dude like Ty. I said, I ain't pulling out regardless. See, you got dude like Ty that ain't pulling out, that might get the little mama pregnant, and here y'all come along after Ty. Because Ty know his woman fine, right? But it ain't work out, you know, no matter what reason, didn't work out, right? I'm just using Brother Ty as an example. But then here your happy ass come along. And now you trying to help Ty raise his kid with the baby mama in the middle. You in a polygamous relationship. Ty done told you, I ain't no pullout artist. That ain't what I do. It's a lot of y'all dudes that's trying to raise step kids to dudes that think like of kids that are the offspring of dudes that think like Brother Ty. I said, I'm about to shoot up the club. I don't care what she tell you about me, that I was a bad dad or a bad boyfriend. Ty say, don't listen to her. She let me shoot up the club. You dudes come over there, Ty didn't even fall in love. They had a kid together, but Ty didn't fall in love, right? Here your happy come. You all in love. Ty look alike. Hey, if you give me a chance, I'm gonna shoot up that club again, bro. Still fine to me. And if she let me hit it again, I'm gonna hit it again. But you all in love with her. Me personally, I'm gonna leave her alone. I'm gonna leave her to brother Ty and leave Ty Shorty to her and Ty take care of that. That's why Kevin Samuels used to always say, you need to go back to your baby daddy. You need to go ahead and stop playing, going back to your baby daddy. My man Ellis says this. He said, actually, I'm surprised. My first two was a baby mamas, but after that, I've been dating women without kids. Without kids. Yeah, man. I don't need no surprises. You're going to see some surprises on here tonight. Like I said, this episode, you guys are going to chance to see this from the perspective of a lot of what the kids go through. A lot of what the kids go through. I'm not talking about something dangerous or crazy. Some of y'all gonna get what you're gonna see tonight. That some of these women get with y'all, and y'all swear this woman was 100% gold in Colombia, or gold in Thailand, or gold in UK. Hey, sexy blue. And you'll find out through the kids that they mama ain't ish. Tonight, you're going to find out through the kids, not through the ex-boyfriend, not through the baby daddy. You're going to find out through the kids that you're so much in love with in another country, or in the United States, or in Canada. The kids will tell you, my mama ain't. We'll see that tonight. Shout out to my man Meek being in the building. Peace, Andre. And everyone in the once again, my man for profit, he said, hey, waiting on crypto. Well, I can lead the matrix, man. Hey, it's looking good too, man. Crypto been trying to do his thing. He said Trump and JD Vance cost the US billions of dollars in defense and aerospace yeah, for real. Contract. He said, I'm glad I retired out of the US. I know some of you military dudes like, woo, just in the nick of time. I ain't gonna even lie to you. If I was military, I'd be like, oh my God, I'm glad I got out. When I got out, I'm glad I got my time in and I retired. A lot of dudes got government contracts, minority contracts ain't coming through no more. I got a couple partners, man, that built substantial businesses, man, with government contracts. Now the government contracts for minorities are basically dried up. This, oh man, dude, this is bad. Meek says this. Meek are loved. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. He said, I'm feeling good right now. He said, I ran into an old fling that had played me in the past. He said hello to me, but I ignored her silly, disrespectful ass. That bitch got the hand go. Go, bitch. Hey, big head. Just order your burger as if you don't recognize me. Got my man Maggot being in the building. Appreciate you being here. Yo, man, the OG is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Appreciate you. He said, didn't Andre vote for this goofy who's in office? He said that bullshit on live. I did say it. I did vote for Trump. Trump is doing some things for expats. I voted. See, my vote is fluid. See, the reason why you didn't vote for Trump ain't got nothing to do with why I voted for Trump. He's doing some things to help taxes for expats. Why? Because many of the expats got money. And people who got money looking out for people that got money. Oh yeah, I never denied that I voted for Trump. But I have an outside of the country reason. Now, if I lived in the States, ain't no way in hell I'd have voted for Trump. If I was geographically located, stuck in that golden prison known as the United States, the plantation, where the soil is good, if I was in this, ain't no way in hell. But realize, my vote has nothing to do, or let's like this, your vote has nothing to do with why I vote. It has no impact at all. At all. I'm getting my benefits, but y'all getting hurt. I ain't had nothing to do with that. My vote didn't slow down the race. My vote didn't cause tariffs. That's y'all. And even when I voted for them, I still talk shit about them. Ask the mega dudes who they talk shit about Trump. About Donald John Trump. No. Listen, even if Kamala won, I'd still talk shit about her. Why? None of them people had nothing to do. Dude, once you guys live outside the United States, one of the freedoms you're going to get is political freedom from the everyday bullshit from your home country. In other words, politics back home will impact you about that much compared to it used to impact you that much. I don't give a damn about the police force in the United States. I don't care about the judges in the United States. I don't care about the traffic cop in the United States. I don't care about the city council member in the United States. I don't care about the farmer in the United States. I don't care about the dude that worked through the plumbing in the United States. It has nothing to do with me. Like I always say, United States to me, even though I love the United States, is equivalent to as if you asked me about Greece. Why? I don't care what happened in Greece. Why? I don't live in Greece. What about Portugal? I don't care what happened in Portugal. Why? Right now, I don't live in Portugal. I don't care about what happens in the United States. Why? I don't live. What about your family and all that, brother? Other than family and friends who I've already told they need to get the hell up out of there and get past that. I've been standing for years, and y'all been looking at me like I was crazy. And my family and friends looked at me like I was crazy. Now a couple of them are starting to trickle in. Now I'm all of a sudden, dude, almost 10 years later, I'm starting to get calls from friends who laughed at me. And almost 9 years later, getting calls from family members. Dre, I need to talk to you. Prior to that, wasn't nobody trying to F with me? Everybody laughed at me, dude, when I left. Dude, I got more people in my family that laughed at me for leaving than laughed at me when I went to prison. That's the black community for you. Go to TikTok and find how many videos on prison bros that sisters mock. You will be searching forever and a day to find a video of black women mocking dudes that go to prison. They becoming pen pals with them. Go ahead, go to TikTok. Try to find you some videos of sisters mocking dudes that's going to prison. You won't. Now go to TikTok and put in black women mocking passport bros. You ain't got to look long. You will find more black women that will talk down on you for getting a passport and building a new life than black women talking down on you for going to prison in the United States. Ain't nobody had nothing to say when I went to prison, but, oh my God, you heard about Andre? You heard about? That was it. Like a little bit of gossip, but that was it. When I got a passport, man, you thought I got the plague. My friends looked at me like I was crazy, talked about me like I was crazy. My family talked about me like I was crazy. Only person that didn't was Ghostface, my Uncle Jeffrey. That's the only person. And my boy Sean Upshaw, and then my other brother D that was on Pop the Balloon last month. Other than those three people, everybody else, co-workers looked at me like I was crazy. Everybody talked about me. If you think, and I'm living proof, if you think that your family and your friends gonna support you getting a passport, they will support you going to prison before they support you getting a passport. Bet that one. They'll come visit you in prison before they come visit you when you go to another country. Bet that one. Bet that one. Your mama and cousins and all of them will come see you every week, and your woman will come see you every other weekend in prison. Let you just move to Jamaica or the Bahamas or Mexico. That ain't far out the States at all. Ain't nobody coming to see your black ass. So when I sit back and I say, of course I voted for Trump, but I had outside the United States reasons why I voted. Y'all voted for Kamala because y'all, or Trump, because you have inside the United States reasons. They ain't got shit to do with me. Nothing. 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 I ain't got nothing to do with the roads in the United States. I ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in the United States. I ain't got nothing to do with the infrastructure in the United States. I ain't got nothing to do with the city council, the volunteer programs in the United States, black community in the United States, white community in the United States. I ain't got nothing to do. Why? I don't live there anymore. Dudes, y'all don't really, dude, when you leave, T-Mac can tell you. Aaron from Passport Bro movement. It may be the brothers always in our intro. All these brothers that live outside the United States can tell you one thing. There is a political peace that you get. I'm gonna say this again. Don't let that ride by. There is a political peace that you get when 99% of the politics that happen in the States ain't got shit to do with you no more. What the mayor of Tampa got to do with me? Detroit. Manhattan. More. What the mayor of Baltimore got to do with Andre? The governor of Florida. Governor of California. Governor of Wisconsin. What the hell does the governor of Wisconsin got to do with a man that lives outside the United States? Nothing. You from Georgia? When you leave the United States, watch how little the governor, the mayor, the deputy, or even the lead head attorney, the district attorneys in the state of Georgia got to do with you once you leave the United States. Man, you will have so much peace. You don't give a damn about no police officer stopping somebody. Ain't got shit to do with you no more. I live in a country where you can come and take photos with the police. What tourist is coming to the United States and taking photos and videos with our police officers? Nobody. The political peace that you get. You can sit back and you can watch the Democrats over here. You can watch the Republicans over there. For the most part, it ain't got shit to do with you. And there's the funny part. When you leave the United States, you gleam off the power of the politicians looking out for all their rich friends that left the United States. See what I mean by that? When you become an expat and you get all these tax breaks, they didn't make these tax breaks for me. They didn't think about you getting a passport, T-Mac, and another brother getting a passport, and you traveling. We're going to make all these tax breaks. No, they didn't. They made it for all their rich, white, corporate friends. They didn't think most Americans would even grab a passport. But all the corporations that moved outside the United States, or they have a headquarters building in the United States, but their headquarters is in Ireland, Sweden, on the other side of Africa, certain areas of Africa, in Portugal. That's where the real headquarters are. And so they get the tax break. They get the tax break. That's corporations and the mega rich. And guess who else gets the gleam off of that? Us. Us. We get benefits that you guys have never heard. Think about it. We get benefits that if you weren't watching passport bro-ish type of content or travel content, you would have never heard about. You guys would have never heard about all these tax breaks and benefits we get if it wasn't for us that travel. Black or white, doesn't matter. Half the tax breaks that we talk about, y'all know, dude. Like I was telling Andre, I say our tax, and Andre was talking about taxes. He said, "Yeah, well, make sure you know you got the tax." I said, our taxes are due June 16th. Automatic 2-month extension. Your ass don't get no 2-month extension automatic. You better have your shit there April. Between the 16th and the 18th. Play if you want to. If it wasn't for passport bro and travel content, you wouldn't have knew that your shit would have been due in June 18th if you left the United States. Why? Because in the States, don't nobody tell us nothing about all these benefits you get. You ain't know you could get duals. Don't lie to me and act like you knew while you was in the States you could get dual citizenship with America and Brazil, or America and Portugal, or America and Colombia. Like you knew. You ain't know that shit. I ain't know that shit. You didn't know either. Until all this travel content came out. And let us feel like, oh man, I got a choice. I don't have to give up my American citizenship. Well, in America, they told me, yeah, average Americans who don't travel nowhere tell y'all some shit. Y'all didn't even know it was black people in South America. Except for the military dudes and a couple of dudes that came to Brazil and maybe Colombia. But most Americans, every time you see somebody that speaks Spanish and they black, it's black Latin people. Y'all still doing that in 2025. Americans are still, there are YouTube videos right now of Americans like, I went in a restaurant and it was a black person and they were speaking Spanish. I couldn't believe it. Man. Shh. I'm telling y'all now, I vote based off of what will benefit expats. If you ever wonder how Andre votes in life ever again, I vote what benefits expats. I don't care about no race, no color, no creed. My people got passports. Your people got complexion. You vote for the brothers. Cool. White boy, you vote for your people. Cool. Asian dude, you vote for your people. Cool. Indian people, keep it up. Y'all vote for y'all people. That's what y'all do in the States. Us who got passports, we only give a damn about one group of people. People that got passports. That's it. If you ever wonder how expats vote, we don't be looking around for a damn race. That's y'all. That's y'all in the States still on that race shit. We who got passports, we focus on the 9 million of us that live outside the United States right now. We want to make sure our benefits are taken care of. So if it take a vote for Trump for our benefits to be taken care of, so be it. If it take a vote for Kamala for our benefits to be taken care of, so be it. But we don't live in the States to play y'all little race game no more. That's y'all doing that shit. Once again, we don't live in the States to play that little wake up every morning, race, complain, white boy, white girl. We don't want no interracial marriages. The prison industrial system, the white man is against me, the black man is holding me back, all that. Now you got white boys complaining that they being held back. This much black people complaining that they being held back. Y'all play that game. That's y'all shit. Us who got passports, we only give a damn about one group, folks that got passports. That's why you do not hear me open up my mouth about shit that ain't got nothing to do with us. And even if I use an analogy, like tonight's videos, I use an analogy. You ever notice I always put an expat or passport twist on it. So if something happens in the States, like with the Diddy case, I say, dudes, don't, be careful with your money, be careful with your attitude, because you might want to live outside the United States. Don't be like a Diddy. You saw I spent that for us who travel. My race is folks that got passports. My race is compiled of 9 million people. I'm not about to be living outside the United States playing them little racial ass games that y'all play. I'm not gonna pay that. I'm not gonna pretend like it's so expensive outside the United States like it is in the United States. I'm not gonna pretend like the medical outside the United States is fucked up like it is in the United States. I'm not gonna pretend like the water outside the United States can't be as bad as it is in the United States. I'm not gonna play like noise pollution outside the United States is worse than it is in the United States. I'm not gonna play like divorce and child support and all that is just as bad outside the United States as it is in the United States. It ain't. It ain't. United States, y'all live off racism. Y'all live off of expensive ass everything. An egg, ain't no way in the world an egg should be as expensive as it is. If y'all will stay in the United States, brag about it and shit, we paying for one egg, we paying $2.15. That's you. That's you on that shit. But those, the 9 million of us on the outside, don't be mad at us. Don't hate on us. We don't hate you. We support you. We just ask you to love and support us. But y'all would rather support us as black men. If I was in a prison, you would put money on my books. You would come visit me. But since I got a passport, you don't give a fuck about me. As far as families and friends and your co-workers and the average American. Average American look at you like you ain't shit for getting a passport. Getting a new life, finding a new wife, buying real estate in another country. That's why I celebrate when black women or Latin women or white women or black men, I don't care who does it. I don't care who builds a business outside the United States. I don't care who buys real estate outside the United States. I love those that do it in the States, but I'm going to still celebrate the 9 million of us that are doing great things outside the United States. Because if it wasn't for us, would none of y'all ass celebrate us. We'll celebrate y'all back in the States all day long. But the 9 million of us expats, y'all treat us like shit. Like we don't know what we're talking about. Y'all talk about black men so bad, like y'all going up to them third world countries and I'm broke. But you motherfuckers, you only knew how far developed these so-called third world countries are in many areas compared to the United States. Compared to the United States, but you want to call every place that's not your raggedy ass city a third world country. That's what I give a damn about. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Y'all ain't gonna be trying to pull me back into that racial bullshit y'all go through in the States. You voted for Trump. You damn right I did. And if Kamala had something to say as far as policy for expats, I'd have voted for her ass. But she ain't had nothing to say for expats. That's how Trump got my vote and a lot of other expats vote. It wasn't about race for us. It was about who was gonna look out for us while we outside the country. Kamala ain't say shit for us. Nothing. Nothing. Trump say, why these people getting taxed? Well, sir. Well, they never owe tax. 98% of expats don't owe tax. You got to file taxes. So Trump is trying to get rid of us even have to file taxes because 98% of us don't pay taxes anyway. So why we got these people filing taxes? That's how Trump got my vote. If Kamala would have said that to expats, she'd have got our vote. It wasn't about no white man and a black woman like if it would have been if I was living in the States. Y'all gonna have to come to a conclusion. Your boy do not live in the States. 9 million of us don't live in the States. You don't go through the bullshit that you go through in the States. I don't know why y'all try to act like because we're Americans that we deal with the same bullshit that you go through in America. I'm American. Now, I'm not living in America. You live in America. You go through the bullshit of America. You don't like America. And you ain't never gonna leave America. I'm American, but I don't live in America. So y'all go through that shit, man. Anybody want to sit up here and babysit y'all? I mean that one. That's serious. Talk to my man Ronan. Ronan is over there in the Philippines living his best life. Living his best life. I got the message, Ronan. Living his best life. Richie Mack, Ace Live. 9 million of us. 9 million Americans that's like, man, I ain't about to go through this shit. I ain't going through that shit. So whatever y'all go through, do not, and I mean this, I'm going to end it with this. Whatever y'all going through in the States, do not expect us to act like we can relate to it. We can't anymore. The police officer shot yours. I can't relate to that. I've been living here 10 years. I ain't seen the cop do that. Some of you guys have been living in the Philippines. You ain't seen no cop. On a human level, yes, we feel sad for the loss of a person because of police this or police that. As a human being, as a person that doesn't live in the country, I can't relate. For example, remember a couple months ago, the club collapsed in DR in Santo Domingo, and all those people died. On the human side, you feel sorry, like, man, wow, that's sad. But as a Dominican, I can't relate because I don't live on the DR, and I'm not Dominican, so I can't relate as far as geographically what those people are going through that lost their loved ones. Same thing with the States. If somebody get deleted in Tennessee by a police officer, I can feel sad on a human level. I can't relate to y'all shit no more, man. Them days are over. Half your peace is not because of ladies, because you ain't dealing with that day-to-day bullshit of living in America. And some of y'all don't want to ever admit that. Don't nobody want to talk about it out loud. I said it. Part of my peace is not because I moved to a country, but a part of my peace is because I got the fuck out of that one. It just hurts y'all heart that somebody would dare to say that about leaving America. Well, so be it. And like I said, I love America too. Some of y'all can love y'all ex but still leave her ass, huh? Some of y'all can love y'all ex, but you will still leave her ass. And that's how she ends up an ex. Don't tell me y'all can't leave a woman y'all don't love. I mean, that y'all still love. Don't tell me y'all gonna leave a woman that y'all still love. Here. He said the government actually made air travel more dangerous. Sadly. Oh, exactly. Mac, how to become a member. UPS. Damn. That's all I've been seeing on the news is fire. Dang. Ronnie says this fake food. The lint green is people. Oh. Oh, okay. I got it. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Such as LJ, the Southern Vegan. Make sure I don't miss anyone. Shout out to you, brother, being here. And let me make sure as I scroll down, brother, and glad that you're here. Make sure you guys click the like button. Such my man Bobby Coltrane is in the building. Shout out to you. And Marco. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, starting your family is the best way, fellas. Yep, absolutely correct. He said, I don't care about political parties, but I do care when they mess up the air system. This is true. This is true. So anything that has to do with us traveling, that's what we care about. Like you said, the air traffic system, taxes, dual citizenships. Remember when passports used to take forever, or visas, stuff like that. That's what we care about. How your roads still got potholes, that ain't got nothing to do with us. Okay, nothing about your potholes in the United States. How the old lady was supposed to be at this corner in a crossing walk card. I ain't got nothing to do with that. How ratchet all the ladies in the States are. I do a response, but I ain't got nothing to do with that. I wish I could pretend for y'all guys. Us expats really don't be, dude, when these cameras go off, we really don't be tripping on what's going on in the States. We really don't. We really don't even get too much into the political realm in our new country. I'll say this again. We really don't get in the way of politics in our new country. Most dudes that move to Mexico are not getting into politics. Most dudes that move to the Philippines are not getting into politics. Most dudes that move to Thailand, we ain't tripping on the politics. Most of us that live in Colombia, we are not sitting up there. Okay, but we will give a comment or two, but we ain't going down no city council meeting. We ain't doing no picketing. We leave that to the locals. Because even if we get involved, the locals will be upset in the sense of, foreigner, who are you to get involved in our politics? So we know we don't have much to do with the politics back home, and we don't take too much time to even be bothered with the politics in our new country. We got political peace. I don't know why you guys try to. He said, Andre brought the book today. Can't wait to read it. Shout out to you, Rico. Glad you brought the book. Those of you wondering which book he's talking about Anywhere is Possible. Anywhere is Possible is about how to live in 60% of the world's upper middle class for less than $2,500 a month. And also the book here is the second one. I need to put the third one up here too. 44 Laws of Travel. There are some ways that we travel that are beneficial when you follow those laws. So on Amazon, 44 Laws of Travel and Anywhere is Possible. And the third one is called Stop Making Excuses. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Really do. Shout out to Kevin being in the building. Hey, Lupe. 71 is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. And my man Kenny, who always gives me the motivation of different videos. Jay Anderson, the great. Salute to the grown man chat and Andre love crossing borders. I smell. He said I smell a great live. Speaking of smell, I ain't put no cologne on. Guess I'll be reaching for the first one, huh? That's Rave Now. That's always, our favorite. The pineapple scent. That's Now. That's Rave. On the other side, it's Now. And it is in Amazon for like $20, $17. It is excellent pineapple scent. If you like Frida Ventures, you would love. Oh man, it's tasty. Like I said, sometimes you forget because you haven't worn a cologne in a while, and you put that. God dang, that smells. And that pineapple is just perfect. It is not sweet. It is a masculine pineapple scent. Same scent that used to be in the 2006-17 on back version of Frida Ventures. So if you like Frida Ventures back in the day, when it was really Frida Ventures, you will love Rave Now, and it's only $20. Sir, goodness gracious. You can move that to the back, because I'll be reaching for that every time. Shout out to my man, Official Kobe, in the building. Appreciate you being here. And my man, Will Page, of the Page family, first of his name, is in the building. He said, Andre, I tuned in. He said, according to the title, he said, if wifing up a single mother overseas is a no-go. That is a no-go. Unless the kids are older, like if she got kids that's older or self-sufficient, let's say the kids are, let's be honest, let's say the kids are like 19, 20, 21, 24. Okay, cool. These kids are grown. But do remember, in other countries, kids might not leave home until they're 31, 32. I'm going to say that again. Her son might be, you might wife her up. Do realize her son will be living at a house. He probably 30 stuff. It's very common in many countries. You say, Andre, you sound like I'm going in and out. Hope I'm sounding good now. Thanks, Cole. My Trez is this. Shout out to you. He said, every time you go in raw, you put yourself in a high risk for HIV. That's another thing. I didn't think about that. Thank you very much, my Trez. All you brothers that's going raw in these women around the world, this is not the era for that. I'm gonna say this again. This is not the era for that. And I know some of you brothers is not comfortable and your dick don't get hard like it really would if you put a condom on. I know some of y'all guys got psychological issues when it comes to condoms. I got you, brother. If you think your dick don't get hard because you don't put a condom on, watch how your dick responds once you get HIV. Don't get syphilis again. Don't let that gonorrhea sink in. You don't want to put no condom on. Ain't nothing wrong with you getting checked out. If you really serious, I'm gonna tell y'all something for real. And I'm gonna say something by experience, in case you guys are wondering. If you really serious about that foreign chick, or especially in the States, go and get checked up. If she mature like you say she is, she won't have a problem getting herself checked out. And if you mature like you say you are, you ain't got no problem with getting yourself checked out. Oh, that's some more bullshit. Are you serious about her? Yeah. Well, if you have a question and you're not sure about her, get checked out. Most countries is free. Oh, that's what me and Andre did. Oh, you thought I was just saying something just to be saying it? Oh, you thought I was just saying something just like Eminem say. You must think I'm saying something just to be saying it. Bro, before the condoms came off, he went and got checked out. Andre was like, I don't know if I can trust you. And I was like, I don't know if I can trust you. You from another country. And you are in this country. I don't know what's going on with your body. I don't know what's going on with your body. And we were being facetious, but we were being serious too. So we got checked out. We both knew what the results were going to be, but at least the other person knows what the results are. If you're serious about somebody, I'm not talking about you getting checked out for every other chick, but if you got somebody that you know that you're serious about, and if they ask you, do you mind getting your body checked out? Get it checked out, and they get their bodies checked out. You both at peace. Now you ain't got to wear no condoms no more. But until that day comes, brothers, this is not the era of going raw dogging these chicks like this. That's how these diseases are spreading like wildfire around the world. Everybody want to go raw dog. And I'm going to tell you something, the crazy part, it ain't even y'all dudes giving out the diseases. It's the few dudes that got the diseases that are spreading it. I'll say this again. It's not even us everyday mere mortals that's giving out the diseases. Us regular brothers, we ain't giving out all these diseases. It's the few dudes that got HIV and like, F it. I'm going to give it to every female. And that's what's going on. And that's how it's spreading like crazy. And I refuse to trust my sex life or give the authority of my sex life to another man who just had sex with that person. And I don't know what he got. And I don't know what his ex got. And I don't know what her ex got. And so on and so on. I don't know what these people got. Just so I can bust a free nut? I'm going raw. Go raw, bro. There's a lot of brothers out there going raw. They ass in graves right now. Or they got to take as many pills as Magic Johnson every day. So be ready to take your 13 pills, bro. Because you want to go raw all the time. Talking to you too, Ty. Be ready to take them 13 pills every day, like Magic Johnson. That HIV is not a game. It is not a game. Yep. Man, my friend says this: is that every time you go raw, you put yourself in high risk for HIV, like he was just saying before. You are playing with your life with no foresight. Absolutely correct. Shout out to my man James Wingate of the Wingate family. Shout out to you guys that support by way of PayPal and Cash App. Appreciate you guys. Will says that he said it's even sad when brothers are falsely accused and women celebrate. That's true. That is so true, bro. Yep. I don't even know if they still have the membership part up for us anymore, Nico. I really don't. Remember this, guys. We still don't have, we've been appealing for it, but we still don't have 100% control of our YouTube channels yet. The only one that we still have control over is Love Crossing Borders Love Crossing Borders Live, which is a different channel, Andrea Wallace TV, and a few other channels that we have. But this channel, most of the money is gone. You know, we had almost 130 subscribers on that one. That one's gone. And this one, we still been appealing, and we still don't have full authority over this channel. So when you guys see us drop do live streams, or you see us drop videos or YouTube shorts, we don't make any money from those. Why you think that? Think about it. Some of you guys know that we've been on YouTube for 6 years. We're only at 125,000 subscribers on this channel. Why? Because when they shut the channel, as far as us having complete rights over the channel, they slowed down the algorithm of subscriber count. Remember, guys, we were at like 18,000 like forever, and then all of a sudden it took off, and we just jumped to 100. We just jumped to 25,000. Why? Because one of our videos went viral. It got 1 million. One of our YouTube shorts went viral. It got 1 million views. We didn't get no money from that. Why? Because we don't have the authority to go in from the back and monetize. We've been appealing and appealing. Yep. Yeah. So we don't have the authority to help guys with the membership. It's even sad when brothers are, I looked at that one. And David says this. He says, lovely ladies have always shown hatred towards brothers whenever we do great for ourselves. This is true. Corey say that's a shame. Yeah, man. Did you not? You get a passport, and you ain't getting no joy. You go to prison, everybody want to visit. Everybody want to put money on your book. David says this. Since I moved to New York from DFW, shout out to DFW. He said, and none of my family has flown to see me in 5 years. The 5 years that I've been here. He said, I would have bet them coming when I leave this. He said, I wouldn't bet them coming when I leave this. I told Jeffrey that. The same thing that you're saying, Dave, shout out to DJ Davis. I said the same thing to Jeffrey, my uncle Ghostface. I said, Jeff, now you know why you were in Florida, ain't nobody coming. So we're thinking like we living in Florida, everybody coming down from Detroit and Cleveland and Chicago, all the family gonna come down, everybody gonna come visit us, just Florida. They probably got family in Florida. Nobody. My sister came down one time, and it was a just so happened type of thing. Nobody came down to see me. They came down to go to the theme parks in Orlando. My cousin Mike, They came down to see the theme parks. And while we're here, let's see Andre. But it wasn't no, let's take a trip down to see Andre and Jeffrey. And nobody, in all those years we were in Florida, Jeffrey's still down there wrapping things up in Florida. All the years, the 14 years in Florida, nobody came. Nobody came. You see, they laugh now. And they'll ask how late. That's what I'm going through right now. Kid you not. That's exactly what I'm going through. Shout out to my man GJ in the building. Appreciate you being here, brother. And Marcus is here. Oh yeah, he said I've been in Japan for 13 years, and not one person in my family has visited my home. And you be thinking that you live in these exciting places that at least somebody gonna come down because they're like, oh man, I got family in Japan, so I'm going to check out Japan. Nope. Nope. No. I wish I could put it another way. It's not gonna happen. Yep, he is right. Marcus is 100% correct. Shout out to man Zero in the building. The DC boys. Hola, hola, hola. Shout out to you being here, brother. Corey says, shout out to Corey and Mike T being here. Shout out to both you brothers being here. He said the US ain't it. He said preach, preach. Shout out to Mike T being here, man. Okay, my mic is going in and out. You guys hear me? Am I good? Put a 1 in the comment section if I'm good now. I might be. That's good. That is good. And that's the next well. A minute. Next well. Give me a second. Put a 1 in the comment section if you guys can hear me correctly. So that's for that one. And that's okay. You guys can hear me? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Jim. I'll leave the mic alone. You know how I keep sliding it back and forth with my hand. I'll just leave it alone. Yes, sir. Tori says this. Shout out to Tori in the building once again. Tori says this. 20% of black men in the U.S. And thank you guys for putting the ones in the comment section to let me see that. I appreciate that. He said, what happens? He said, Tori says 20% of men in the U.S. have passports. Black men in the U.S. have passports. That tells you that we are among the men with some goddamn facts. Absolutely correct. My man T.J. Patterson in the building. Shout out to you, man, being here. I'm glad to see you here. He said, what's happening, Coach Dre? Everybody? You? That's what's happening, brother. You. Glad to see you guys here. He said, Dre, I apologize. Good evening, my brother. And all the brothers here. Man, David says, honestly, I live in the States for 5 years. He said, I'm out. He said, but until then, I don't care about the U.S. nonsense. And I live here. Yeah. Nobody's going to 2 days of losing sleep over certain things, man. Ain't nobody going through that no more, man. Especially when we know that in 4 or 5 years we moving anyway. 10 years we're moving. 15 years we're moving. You about to sit up there and stress about stuff that we ain't going to be there for. See, I hear that shit all the time. Third world countries are messed up, yep, and poor. Why want them? Absolutely correct. They think about it. They think Thailand is third world. And you guys know how Thailand is, advanced Thailand is. You do realize beautiful Malaysia is considered third world. You do realize that they consider Brazil, as advanced as Brazil is, third world. Bogota, Colombia, and Medellin, third world. Man, you listen to Americans, man, they think Hawaii their own country. In their own country, third world. We know Hawaii is way out there. That's third world. It's a state, but it's really not part of it. Shout out to my man Jay Carson in the building. Shout out to you. He said, I just got Goldfield and Bank Sunset. Boy, he said, oh, boys smells. Oh, they still smell similar to cologne to Louis Vuitton. I'm glad you mentioned that, brother. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I am glad that you mentioned that. I'm going to be getting that cologne. All right. They go fill and bank sun. Okay, cool. Ooh. Thank you for the tip, Jay. He said you and her get checked up. Yeah. Yep. Y'all be saying stuff. Dude, y'all be think I be saying stuff just to be saying it. All right. One of the 5 C's, condoms. Bring your common sense. And the 44 laws of travel is the 7 C's. Bring your condoms, your cash or credit card. Bring your common sense, your clothing, your contacts, like any contacts that you need to make sure that you write down or have in your cell phone, contact copies. So have a photocopy of your passport in your phone, or if you have a visa, photocopy of your visa in your phone. So that was 6. Number 7 is, did I say clothing? This number 7 was clothing. That you bring the proper clothing for that particular country. So I moved it up to the 7 C's now. Yeah, you gotta bring your condom. I tell women all the time, ladies, if you travel, never have men bring more condoms than you do. I don't care if you don't plan on having sex and I'm a good girl. All that sounds good. In most countries, if you want to have sex, Dominican Republic, most Dominican dudes are not carrying around condoms. Jamaica, most Jamaican dudes are not carrying around condoms. Parts of Africa, them African brothers ain't walking around with condoms in their wallet like we do in the States. Colombian, them Afro-Colombian dudes and Afro-Brazilian dudes are not walking around with a condom in their wallet like we do in the States. Ladies, it is your job to bring the condoms. Y'all gonna end up with some crazy stuff in some crazy countries in y'all coochies if you don't bring the condoms. Never, ladies, never have if you know a passport bro that brings 12 condoms, you bring 20. You never let a man out condom you, ladies. Never. Because them dudes in the other countries, they don't have a health class like we did in school. Don't assume that, ladies. I'm telling you, y'all gonna regret it. Shout out to man Mega once again. Yeah, don't take chances. You better let your dick get used to you put on a condom. For real. I ain't about to sit up there taking no kind of pop pills all day because I went raw and some chick in a foreign. But please, I'm guilty of that. I'm taking your advice. No more social dealing in America. That's for real, especially if you want to move. You know how many of y'all still stuck in this space because you got somebody pregnant in the last 5 years? And you a good dad. You want to take care of your responsibility, so you know your ass can only visit countries now. Because you got a fresh child that just be starting kindergarten this year. Your ass ain't leaving the country for real. You just can visit countries now. You can't relocate. When all it took for you to do for 5 years, put on a damn condom. Or at least smash chicks that can't get no kids. Smash them 37, 42. Well, they can get pregnant now. Shoot. You say, Andre, what's the rap song of the 90s that goes or sings? Don't be stupid. Don't be dumb. Never go about not using a condom. I forget what song that is. There was a few of them too. Because you know, Kumo D had the one 2 seconds later, 2 days later, go see the doctor. He said, that's real talk. He said, stop rolling the dice on your sex life, man. That era is gone. That era of free love and just being able to get your freak on, man, that era gone, bro. You can't be doing that no more, no matter what country you go to. The Jimmy Hats by the Jungle Brothers. That's right. The Jimmy Hats by the Jungle Brothers. Shout out to my man from Down Under. Man, from Down Under told us that. The Jimmy. That's right. From the Jungle Brothers. That was a jam. My Jimmy. Yeah. Bobby says this. He said, baby, he said, Andre, I work at an AIDS clinic, and it's no damn joke, man. They're letting us know, bro. I've gotten plenty of tests. I've probably gotten maybe 13, 14 tests. But I worked for a college. I worked for a medical school at one point in time, and I would be at the college fair. And so they would ask for volunteers. And so that's one of the reasons why I got so many exams. And I already knew my results because I had gotten so many exams. It was almost like when I was working at that college for 3 years, it was probably like every 3 or 4 months I would do a college fair. So they would ask for volunteers, and I would just volunteer. It was always. I've always volunteered for blood drives, and I always volunteered for HIV tests, and I'm always volunteered in the community to give back to the kids and doing things with the adults in the community and Habitat for Humanity, help building houses. I did a lot of volunteer work in the state. When I got home from the Fed, that's one thing that I really want to emphasize on. That was volunteering. The prophet says this. He say 52 likes, 70 people. Stop 70 people being here. He said, you know what to do? Hit that like button to support Black male media. Shout out to all you guys that put the ones in the comments. Let me know that I sound correct. Yeah, he said, there we go. Thailand's infrastructure is top notch. Thailand has always, whenever you say medical, Thailand is always in the top 3 countries in the world for medical. I know some dudes that will tell you if anything happens to you in another country, go back to the United States. I ain't sure. I would go back to the United States. The United States ranks number 39 in the world for medical. And Thailand ranks number 3. Why the fuck are you going back to the United States for medical? If Colombia ranks number 22 and the United States ranks number 36, why the hell are you going back to the United States? The only reason people tell you to go back to the United States is this reason. You ready? It's familiar. We know how our medical system runs. Not that it's better. It's familiar. Dude, there are very few diseases that can come along in my life at this point of experiencing surgery in Colombia twice, the checkups I get in Colombia, and now I know that Colombia has one of the top hospitals. Cali has one of the top hospitals in all of South America. And many of the doctors there are Cleveland Clinic, one of the top hospitals in the United States. There is no freaking way you will see me get on a plane, leave Colombia, just to go to the United States, when I know that the quality by experience is better in Colombia. See, some of y'all hear the stats, but you hadn't had the opportunity to experience, right? Colombia's medical is better. It's easy to say it. It's another thing when your boy didn't have 2 surgeries. I've experienced it. It is better. And it's not as expensive. It don't take that much money to do somebody's surgery. It don't take that much money for a person to recoup. It doesn't take that much money for a person to have medication after the surgery. It doesn't take that much money. In the United States, we think that expensive is better. That's not true. Man, I thought house calls were rich people. Until we were getting house calls. In the United States, do they not try to tell you that only rich people can get house calls? Right? They can have a personal doctor, right? A nutritionist, right? And then when you go to other countries, it's part of the course. Ding dong, the doctor right there with the nurse and doing all the checkups at your house. Man, first time that happened to me and Andre, I was like, what? Paid the doctor bill? We was good. Man, I better not sleep on Thailand in a medical. Let's put it like this. If I was living in a country that had bad medical, and I had a choice between taking my ass to the States or going to Thailand, yes, we're taking a flight to Thailand. There is no way in the hell I'm gonna go to a country ranked number 39 for medical, and I'm gonna just bypass the skip past the country that's number 2, number 3 in the world. Forever, they always been number 2, number 3. That's my man Necro. Eating to you, kind sir, in my blue book, gentlemen. Blue. Let's get started with the videos, guys. Shout out to my brother with the super chat. Say, keep doing your thing, Andre. Shout out to my man, our professor in the building. Shout out to you being here. And my man KP in the building. Yes, sir. And of course, my brother from down under, giving us some words of wisdom in regards to that hip hop song. Shout out to all you guys. Let's go ahead and get started, gentlemen. Let's get started. Bobby says this. Shout out to Ransom being in the building as well. Shout out to Ransom. Bobby says, Thailand just finished building a new medical township. Now a hospital, not a hospital, just an area. Or that's how Cleveland Clinic is. If anybody's from Cleveland, you know that Cleveland has like his own little like cities that do. Like Cleveland Clinic has its own like it's like a gigantic college type of thing. Yeah, a whole freaking township. You know who's like that? Disney. Disney World is so big. It's got its own bus lane. It's got like 2 or 3 zip codes. You guys don't realize Disney World is humongous. And so yeah, I'm glad they built a township like that, or area like that. A medical center or medical township. No lie. I have the link. Yes, Bobby, share the link, man, when you get a chance. I like to show that off tonight. Shout out to my man Ransom. Let's get started with the video. Let me play the music for us, and we can get started. Let's get ready to move this. The music. Turn it down and bring it over here. All right, let's go.
Just talk about the rhetoric that we hear online. A lot of rhetoric we hear online is that single mothers are less valuable on the dating market. Now, Sarah, do you feel like that rhetoric is fair?
Fair is the wrong word, but I think there's truth to it.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is there is a level of disqualification that's going to happen because a man that is high earning, high value has a lot of options. Sure. And if you're a beautiful woman with children, or you're just a beautiful woman and all things are measured the same, why would he choose you that comes with something that may be a little more, you know, however men see that, they want to start their own legacy. I do think that there's a level of quote unquote disqualification. Now, does that make that woman a bad woman? No. Does it make her unworthy of love? No. Does it mean that it's never going to happen for her? No. But odds are most high value, high earning men want what they want. And sometimes the extra baggage of children, not to say that children are baggage, but you know what I'm saying, that that's not going to be the choice. And also, I think too many women are letting too many men baby mama them more than once.
Don't bring it up.
Get him, Batman.
That's true.
Imagine having a woman that can change the course of your life emotionally and spiritually, and you disqualify her because she has a child that can also guide you in your personal, financial, and spiritual journey.
Stop it.
What are you talking about, man?
That sound dumb what you just said. Did she just say that some other guy's semen is going to financially, spiritually guide me or whatever? That is the biggest cope I ever heard in my life. How could you turn me down when I could help you in your life? And then you're going to turn down me because I have a child who can help you in your life. What? That sounds so stupid what you just said. That was the most weird crystal lady way of shaming possible. Man, why would you turn down an alcoholic who also is broke when he can help you spiritually, financially, and emotionally in your life? Man, why would you turn down the guy who is a known abuser when he can help you spiritually, financially, emotionally, and physically? Because now you got to get in some shape.
That escalated quickly.
Why would you turn down that guy? Yeah, I compared the children and all that to that. I don't care.
We have to level up emotionally, physically, and spiritually.
Yes.
And acknowledge that children are not the standard to disqualify a woman.
Spoken like a true woman. Of course, a woman is going to say children should not be the disqualifier. Guys who have ever been with a woman with children, we know it's not just the kids. It's the in-law, the kids' grandparents that can work your last nerve. How the mama babies the son can work your last nerve. The father of the kids not being in their life can work your last nerve, or he's so much involved that you can still see them as a couple. You ever be with somebody where the daddy is just such a good dad that you looking at your girl like, why'd you leave him? Y'all so close as if y'all still a couple. So even if it's a bad dad, you got to deal with that. But even if it's a really good dad, you still looking at him like, are they still fucking? You got to deal with that. You got to deal with the economic scale of now you ain't never bought no school clothes ever in your life. No school uniform, school supplies. Now, since you dating this woman, now you got to put school clothes and school supplies and lunch money and all that into your budget. Winter clothes, kids' winter clothes, all that's going into your budget. If you think you're going to be with a baby mama and you ain't chipping in, you crazy. I ain't putting no money in. No, I ain't talking about no chick you smashing. I'm talking about you guys that really like the woman that just so happen to have kids. And this woman sitting up here talking about something spiritually, and she can help you out. How can somebody help you out spiritually and emotionally if you never gave them time to be around you anyway? As soon as I find out you a baby mama, you ain't gonna have a chance to spiritually, emotionally build me up because I ain't gonna be in your life. Just imagine if someone could spiritually just imagine somebody driving you crazy with all the other stuff. Once again, I didn't mention nothing about the kids. A lot of time is all the extra stuff that comes along with being a stepdad in any country that could get on your last nerve. Being a step crash dummy is not a winning position. And you cannot tell me, and I don't know, there is no, for all you religious guys, there are no teachings in Hindu, no teachings in Catholicism. There are no Islamic scripture, and there is nowhere in the Bible where God co-signs you to be a stepdaddy. None. You can't use Joseph because the Lord was Jesus' father. No sex was involved. Ain't nowhere in any religious text that says if you're a believer of anything, thou shalt be a stepfather blessed among men. Giveth unto the stepmother, giveth unto the stepchildren, and it shall be given unto thee. No, he said give to the poor. He didn't say be with the poor. Proverbs says, give to the poor and the Lord will repay. He didn't say get with the poor. Then you're going to get hooked up. You get with that poor girl with her poor kids, and I'm going to hook you up. He said, throw him a little something, and you need to back on out the way. He also said this, the poor will be with you always. Jesus said this to Judas. When Judas was like, hey, why she spill that oil on your feet? We could have used that and gave the money to the poor. Jesus looked at Judas and said, Judas, the poor will be with you always. I won't. There'll always be poor people around. There'll always be baby mamas that's in a poor situation, even though they got money. But that doesn't mean he didn't say for you to go out there and become poor with them. Or in other words, be in a poor situation, even though you got money and she got money, it's a poor situation. There are no texts. All you Christians that's looking for a text, that's scrolling through the Bible, no, it's not in Habakkuk. It's not in the book of Malachi. It's not in Proverbs, Songs of Solomon, Lamentations. It's not in the Gospels. It's not in the book of Acts. There's nowhere in scripture where God says, you need to go ahead, marry a woman that got kids. Don't worry about it. I'll bless you because you did it. Nowhere. That's women talking and pastors making money off of it. When you hear that type of talk, it's usually, when you hear from a man, it's usually a man that's hustling, whether he be on social media, hustling some funds through views, or whether he be a pastor in somebody's church and getting that collection plate filled up like Bishop Jakes used to do. But there is nowhere. Now, if you do, let's say you do marry a woman that got kids, there's no curse on it. So don't think I'm saying if you marry a woman got kids, it's a curse. No, there's nowhere in the scriptures of any of our beliefs that says there's a curse to marry a woman with kids. So the decision is up to you, but don't act like you're doing a big spiritual favor and go get extra brownie points from God because you marry a baby mama. There are no extra brownie points. There's no scripture that says that. You know how you got the extra brownie points when God says, love your mother and father and your life shall be good up on the earth. That's brownie points. If I love my mother and father, I'll get blessed up on the earth. That's brownie points. Give unto the poor and God will repay. That's brownie points. You give to the poor, God says he's going to pay you even more. Right? That's brownie points. There are no brownie points in the Bible for being a stepdad. I don't know why y'all looking for that. All you stepdads, because you think you did something more. No. Well, my pastor said, your pastor lied to you. That's why you got married. He was trying to get some of the women in the church to be married. So you walk through the church and them other women in the church think, well, if she got married, maybe I can get married. So let me get pastor some more money. No. There is no scriptures, bruh. David says this. Shout out to David. He said, my neighbor next door is a single mom and her baby daddy came by and they got into a fight. This crazy chick says, why did say it tisn't so, say it tisn't so, my friend, say it tisn't so. Why didn't I fight him and I wasn't even dealing with her? Imagine if I was. And we all know that her and that man probably have been tussling forever. And you would have stepped your head into that man's business. You would have been on the news, and they still would have been having sex and having fights. Man, I'd have stepped right over her body as she was getting pulverized. You ain't no man. I'd have been hearing that echoing down the hall as I'm walking down the hall on the way to work. Man, I ain't about to be no Chippendale Rescue Ranger for these women. Them days are over, man. You don't know what you're getting yourself into these days. You don't know what you're getting yourself into trying to rescue these chicks. You telling me you would just stood there? No, I wouldn't have stood there. I'd have been walking away. I wouldn't have stood there. I wouldn't have been doing no camera work, nothing. I would have been like David. I'd have been walking away, man. Please. He said, if you value your life, you are not a superhero. Absolutely correct, man. Tori says Claudine was way back in the day. I ain't James Earl Jones. You know what? We got to put Claudine on the list, man, of movies to watch on Saturday. Let me put that right here. I know we got Superfly coming up, but a lot of us haven't seen Claudine in a long time. So yeah, let me put Claudine right here, man. He said, yeah, Bobby says, he said, yeah, I'm posting it down. Dre, he said it was finished a year ago or so. He said Chocolate Man confirmed it because I asked him. Shout out to Chocolate Man in Thailand. Black Nubian says this. Shout out to Black Nubian once again. He said, I am a consensuous objector for real. I'm just watching. When it comes to that situation, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with it, officer. I just was watching. Don't ask me no questions. As soon as I see the police pull up, I'm walking away. For real. Bloodsport. Okay, let me put down Bloodsport down here too. Shout out to movies. Yeah, yes, sir. That movie's got an important lesson. Absolutely correct. Let's get back to, he said, don't do it. Let's get back to the video.
You don't get to choose my standard mother.
So many other things that people can provide. Whereas if you say, but if you have a child, I don't want it. So now you're robbing yourself of your own spiritual journey.
No, and you see these brothers,
your own emotional journey, because you have.
And the sister, you know what I like about the light-skinned sister? She looking at her, she letting her talk, and she looking at her like, girl, you know this is some bullshit what you saying.
Have a rigid mindset of what you like.
But Candace, can I challenge that?
Please.
Because that would be the assumption that one doesn't have the other. Like, imagine a woman that doesn't have children that can help you to grow mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, and energetically. If you have the option, and that's why I'm saying you got to look at it where both things are even. It's not to say that women that have children are worse and women that don't are better. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the reality of a good woman that comes into your life, if a man is blessed enough to actually get a good woman that wants him to grow and wants to evolve and wants to be in her feminine and wants to submit and all of these different things, then that's a blessing in itself. However, if a man has all the options, why would he choose a woman that already has children?
It's a sin to date a woman who have more than 3 kids. That is what this man just told me. He said, I am not running a daycare center, or am I doing charity? He said, why didn't her baby father marry her? Why should I come in and invest in her and in another man's children? He said, if the kids are grown, he have no problem with it. But he is not going to take up a woman or date a woman who have 3 or more kids. He said that is insane. And so, ladies, I know a man will say to you, oh, I want you to have my child, right? That relationship didn't work out, and then you end up being a single mom. And you fall in love again, and a man will say, I want you to have my child. That relationship didn't work out, and you end up with 2 kids. These men nowadays, they are not playing. They don't want to invest in women who have many children. So ladies, Stop having children willy-nilly from men who is not ready for marriage or who want to marry you. They will tell you that marriage is a long life decision. Guess what? So is children. And it's easy for them to walk away, but you can't walk away. So ladies, protect your value.
Do I date women with children? First and foremost, man, shout out to all the single parents, right? Single moms, single dads. I applaud you for doing your absolute best with your situation or the hand that you were dealt. But for me, and I'm gonna tell you guys again, this is my experience. I've had horrible experiences dating women with children, and that's why it was on my list of non-negotiables for me. And I know that may sound weird because I have a kid, but let me explain first. So I dated a young lady, and she's a nurse, right? Because I think somebody said date a nurse, but she was a nurse. I didn't know she had a kid at first. And we're hanging out, right? Shit is great. We're doing fun dates, we're communicating, hanging out, all the things, probably for a couple of months. And then we were on our way back from, I can't even remember where we were going back from, but I know a snowstorm was coming. And she's like, hey, I gotta go pick up my son. She had to pick him up from maybe an hour away. And she was asking me if I felt comfortable going with her. My immediate thought was like, no, I really don't want to go because I feel like it's going to be some bullshit with this because I heard you talking to his father before you asked me that question. And it sounded mad weird. So I'm apprehensive, right? And this may be my patience issue or this may be my lower tolerance for dealing with certain issues. But I went, right? Guys, I'm flexible. Compromise. So we go. Man, it's a whole mess. Buddy's getting out the car. He's all tough. I'm like, what? How's this dude on tip? Like, I thought you guys broke up a long time ago. Supposedly he has a girlfriend. All these things. So we get back and I find out the history, right? Abusive relationship. Buddy's, in my opinion, a poor father, right? Because he doesn't really show up when he needs to. All the things. But she is, for some reason, trying to force him to be a dad. I struggle with that part with single moms because I think a lot of single moms, in my experience, right, are trying to force a relationship. And they use the justification that it's for the kid. But in my head, I'm like, it can't be for the kid because if you love your kid so much, then you probably don't want to put them in a bad situation or expose them to a real shitty example. Alexa off about what a man should be or what a father should be or insert whatever that example is. So fast forward, right? Buddy's calling her bees and hoes.
My bad if I made a mistake and switched over. I want you guys to see this stat. I just pulled up this stat. U.S. women with multiple fathers, baby fathers, percentage. Comparison groups. With multiple baby fathers, Black women, 50 to 60%. Hispanic women, 30 to 40%. White women, 20 to 30%. You guys that like to do, the reason why I brought that up was not to shame ladies or anything else. It's to make you guys aware that if you mess with a baby mama in the States, you are more than likely going to have to deal with two dudes. Statistics show if you mess with a Black woman in the United States, 60% of them are multiple baby daddies in their lives. So, because we have a habit as men, we talk about dealing with the father, we'll use it in a singular sense, and most of us talk and communicate in singular senses. But the statistics show we're actually supposed to be talking about it in a plural sense. You're dealing with baby fathers. That should be the norm in our conversations. That should be the norm. The other excuse that they use is, well, she was once married. We know statistically in the United States, it ain't that many sisters that have gotten married in their in a lifetime. Only 25% of Black women will get married in a lifetime. So when they tell you that, well, she could have been married and this, that, only 25% of Black women will be married at any given point in time in their lifetime. Ever. So how we should actually be wording it is this. We should be saying that if you're going to deal with a woman that has children,
Be ready to be with a woman that has 9 times out of 10, those children are outside of wedlock. And 6 times out of 10, she's going to have multiple baby fathers. That's how the narrative should actually be spoken of in our community. So now you're not even just in a regular poly situation with just you and another dude. You're really in a poly situation with you, a woman, and maybe 2 to 4 other dudes. We're not even talking about the kids. Kids come first, right? She comes second, right? Who comes third? Kid's father. But based off of the Black community, the kids' fathers. So who comes fourth? The next father. Who comes fifth? The grandparents. You are not going to have more rights than the grandparents ever. You can forget about that. You come 6th in line statistically in the United States. And if you mess with a woman outside the United States, it's not uncommon. Andre and I have to talk about this in Colombia. It's not uncommon for some of you guys to mess with a woman that got 2 baby daddies in Colombia. That's not rare. I don't know if y'all think in South America is different. No, it's not rare. She met her first. Andrea said usually it's like they met their first child's father when they were like 17, 18, 19. She got pregnant. And then she moved on and she met somebody else at like 25, 26. She got pregnant. She moved on. She's 29 and she meets you getting off the plane. She's got 2 baby daddies and she's got 3 kids or 2 kids. She said normally that's how it works down here. So it's not uncommon. If you think you're coming down to South America and it's not multiple baby daddies, it is very common to run across a woman. I'm not saying all women in South America, and I'm not saying majority of women, but what I'm saying is there is a chance for you to have the same results in South America. That's why I just nip it in the bud, and I don't want to mess with no baby mamas. I don't care how cool the country is or how nice that particular country is or how cool the baby mama is. Well, you missed out on a blessing. Well, guess what? I'm a man. No matter what country I go to, most cities are 17-1 anyway. So if I missed out on number 17 and I was able to meet 16 of my 17 when I go to any country in this world, I think I'll be all right as a man. One thing that a man doesn't have to worry about, which most men do, is scarcity. Too many men worry about if I don't get her, then I'll never find another one like her. That's a lie. There is no woman in Brazil that owns beauty. None. There's no woman in Colombia that owns femininity. None. There's no woman in Peru she is the most educated and then nobody else can get an education. None. So stop acting like if you lose that one hot chick in Brazil, you ain't gonna meet another one. Believe you me. If you want to meet another hot chick, you can meet another hot chick in 5 minutes in Brazil. There is no scarcity. So I just nipped it in the bud. No baby mamas. I ain't got to worry about that mess. Because I want somebody I like to travel. I want somebody I can travel with, and I ain't gotta buy 4 or 5 plane tickets. All I gotta do is buy 2. I don't have to buy. We can't sit up here and say, well, we can't go to that nice restaurant while we're in France because they don't allow children because it's such an expensive restaurant. It's not the cost. Is because they just don't allow little kids. So we can't go to that one. I don't want to deal with that. I really don't. I would rather have the money to buy an expensive gift for my wife than to sit up there and buy 5 or 6 meals for another man's kids. Call me old-fashioned, out of time, old school, OG. I don't care. I really don't. But I refuse to spend money on another man's seed when I could spend it on myself and my wife
if I get somebody that is, or you can spend it on your girlfriend or your lady friends and not have to worry about paying for a babysitter. I would rather be with a girl that ain't got no kids. I would pay for her Uber back and forth to see me. I ain't got to worry about her getting up in the morning to go take the kids to school. No school. Y'all can have that in other countries, bro. That headache, you'll never see me go through it. Y'all, and I ain't seen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all ready? I ain't seen the baby mama fine enough in South America that I would give up my freedom for. If I was single, a baby mama can get smashed. Yeah, hell yeah, she can get smashed. Booed up like y'all do. No, Poppy. No, Poppy. I can't do what y'all do in DR. Y'all be booed up with baby mamas. I can't do it. A baby mama can get smashed easily. I'm a man just like you a man. But there is no way I'm about to put this into an investment portfolio. Not like you dudes. This is part of you got your crypto, you got your stock investments, and you got your baby mama investments, being a stepdad, trying to rescue people. No. I would rather take a chick in DR shopping. If I had a choice, be with a chick in DR that got kids, and I'm paying for all these kids like I'm Kanye West in a song Gold Digger, or take a woman that ain't got no kids shopping. If I had to choose between the two as a Libra, the chick that's going shopping will win. No. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if these cameras go off and you still got the woman that's in whatever country and she got kids. Do you, bro? This is not about guilting anybody. I'm saying this again. This episode is not about guilting anybody. This episode is about making you guys aware that you are valuable. That's the only reason you ever see me do these step parent episodes. Is to let you know, guys, you are more valuable. Just be patient with who you let in or out of your life, because that's how valuable you are. That's what the purpose of my videos are. It's never to put down the baby mamas or the kids or the baby daddies and nothing like that. I want you guys to kind of like pause for a second. Is this going to benefit me? Is this going to be an asset to me if I let this person in my life for the long term? Now, I'll holler at her for about a couple weeks to smash that coochie for a couple times, but I'm not about to sit up here. And what we're not about to sit up here and do is me sit up here and pretend like it's going to be something long term. I'm more valuable than that. And so are you. Ronan says facts. It doesn't compute to put good money after a bad dealing with a singular mama problem. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He said, I would be nervous as heck dating a woman with 2 or more kids. And we go to Walmart. Bruh, and think about it. Like I just said, statistically, the correct way of saying it, I would be nervous to date a woman with 2 or more baby fathers. Because you got to assume that don't neither one of these dudes love her or want her back or get jealous. So it's one thing to have one baby father. You got to deal with that one personality. But for a woman that got 2, statistically, dealing with sisters, they got 2 on average. Y'all bigger men than me. Let's go back to the video.
And all these things from emotional abuse, and now I'm stuck, right? Because issue number 1, I am very protective of people close to me. And in my head, I'm like, yo, either me and Buddy need to fight, or we need to get some kind of law enforcement involved so that you have some boundaries legally now that he can't probably call or text you because your son is older. You guys can communicate through him. You can communicate through the court, right? Set up the email system. Something outside of me finding out that this dude is texting you some wild and crazy shit because I feel like I need to intervene.
See? See how this works? Now you're dating a chick. He the baby father text something crazy. Now you want to stand up because that's your woman. So you want to, protect her honor from her baby daddy. Take it from me. I felt like that many a day when I was married. He could say reckless stuff to her. I mean, he the father. Some of y'all don't think about baby daddies be saying some of the most reckless shit to your girlfriend that just so what you gonna do? He been talking like that to her before you even came along. He talked like that to her when they was in high school fucking. You met her at 29. He been fucking her since they were 14 years old and been talking to her like that. And you think you coming along and you just gonna pump your little chest like a gorilla and you gonna do something? What you gonna do? I'm gonna protect her honor. Why you upset, baby? He texted me this. He said some crazy shit. And what you gonna do? Jump in the middle of it? You're gonna jump in the middle of something that was going on years before she even knew you were on the planet. All you stepdads, all you dudes that want to come to other countries and rescue chicks from their Colombian baby daddy. What do you know? I'm serious. What do you know about the story? Except the lie that she told you while she was sucking your dick. You dudes be coming down to Brazil and be coming down to Thailand and believe any fucking thing these females tell you about their baby daddy. And they never talk to the dude. You don't know nothing about their baby daddy or baby daddies. This video tonight is about us walking into some shit. And you think we just getting started. Wait until we get deeper in this video. Will you hear me get quiet? Because I know y'all gonna be thinking. The deeper we get into this video, the more y'all gonna be like, damn. Because you're gonna be hearing what baby mamas have done to the children that your ass don't even know about. It's shit that you walk into in these other countries that you don't know nothing about. And when it all comes out, you standing there looking like a dumbass a year and a half later. So you might as well get your popcorn out tonight.
Second issue is that you have to now have that conversation with that woman and realize that I'm an outsider, right? I'm new to the situation and it's been working for her for all these years, and she's okay with it.
Yep.
Now I'm kind of judging you. Why is this the standard, and why would you let anybody disrespect you like this for the sake of, I don't care what it is, right? Like, that disrespect shit has to stop. The other issue we have outside of crazy ass baby daddy and her not having initial boundaries with him in the first place is now the standard for the kid. And this is another area where I struggle at, right? I have probably higher than average standards for Peyton. And her mother shares the same sentiment, so we can co-parent well in terms of grades, extracurricular activities, what she's exposed to, her habits, right? We have a standard. And now I have this child that's coming in my head, and I could be wrong, right? Your kid has to live on the same standard as my kid because I have to treat your kid as an equal. That stepkid stuff is weird to me. I now have two children. I have a son and I have a daughter. And I don't know how to separate the two, right? I don't know how to treat you differently because now I don't want my child feeling like, hey, daddy, why is the standard less for this kid? How can they get a C and get praise and I need to get an A? Or why are they doing less than me and I need to do more, right? Why do I need to cheer, take a language, swim, and run track? And they get to come home and play video games, right? Now I got to navigate through all of those areas of life as the man, head of the house or whatever. And just being frank, and this could be a part of my issue too, I don't really give a fuck what that other parent is talking about in my house, right? We come into my house. Here is now the standard. Here are the rules. Here are the things. I'm paying for everything. I am now leading. I'm trying to set an example for what this kid should be like now as a man. Dude, your dad's house, go for it, because I can't control that. But when we come here, this is what we are on. And I think that's shitty for the kid too, right? Because 12 years, you have had this quality of life. And to be honest, I am now the lowest level of influence, meaning dad, stranger, right? Some dude telling me what I should or shouldn't be doing. And that's tough when mom and dad aren't on the same page. And even if mom and I now are arguing because we're in this house, dad is still an influence and dad is going right to mom like, is this dude talking about? Blah, blah, all that. So that is a whole another set of like issues. I'm like, man, do I have the time to cultivate that? Is it worth it? Because when I pulled you into my environment, none of that stuff existed, right? Like me and my ex-wife co-parent just fine. We don't have any type of issues like that, right? Like this doesn't exist. So is that selfish of me to say, hey, keep your shit over there. I don't want to deal with it. Am I supposed to help that? Because that's a lot to me. And I think that's where I struggle with a lot of my compromises is I'm all for problem solving because my mind immediately goes to problem, solution. What's the shortest way for me to get there? Which is why her and I had conversations about, yo, fix your court agreement so that he can't talk to you like this because this is crazy to me. Or, hey, you are worried about your son's education. Let's figure out some ways to do tutoring as opposed to rewarding him because I feel bad or less than as a parent or insert whatever that I need to give him gifts to substitute, no offense to anybody, but a gift to substitute for my poor parenting because I probably should be sitting down and helping this kid navigate through schoolwork, life, emotions, whatever. But then the flip side of that is you listen to a lot of single moms and somebody made a comment about the nurse, right? It's like, they're tired. They're exhausted. They're doing the best that they can. And I get that, right? Like, I'm not knocking it at all. I just personally struggle with that because it's like, I'm a single parent. My ex-wife's a single parent. We figure it out in our households and they don't always 100% align, but we can at least align for best interest of the child, right? Like forget our selfish ambition. What is best for this kid? And typically in the single mom case, in my experience, dealing with baby daddy, dealing with emotional ties and stressors that you have to baby daddy, navigating through standards with this kid, new relationship between kid and father, new relationship between kid and mother. Bro, that is so fucking much that I'm struggling with it, right? So no offense to single moms. I'm trying to get through these comments and these messages. I didn't even know you had like message requests on TikTok because I am doing my best to change the dialogue because some of there is a disconnect. I'm reading through some of these comments where it's like a lot of us are struggling with the same issue. So why aren't we coming together to make dating a whole lot better? Why aren't we growing? Why aren't we holding each other accountable? So it's interesting seeing how this thing is evolving. But I know for me personally, I struggle with single parents, right? Like to me, the immediate absolute no. And maybe it's different for you guys. I'm curious. If you have kids, are you open to dating other people with kids or do you prefer to take the chance on a clean slate because you don't know how that person with no kids' parents, you don't have a reference for it? Or to my people who don't have children, are you open to dating people with children? Do you care about that dynamic, right? Like, how is it on the ladies' side? Because I know for me as a man, it is my house. We go on my rules and I'm not dealing with nobody's extra bullshit.
Where the sister goes, the brother is 100% correct. My man Meek says this. He said, Andre, my friend got into it with his baby daddy or his girl baby daddy. Oh, so the friend got into a disagreement with his girl's baby daddy. Dude called the phone and said, put that bitch on the phone. He replied, sorry, but your mother isn't here. Yo, all hell broke loose after that. Could you imagine being in Colombia? You think you got the finest of the finest, and she's sweet as bear meat, right? Nicest young lady. She has a daughter, Maria. Maria's like 7 years old. And your girl, and you know, let's say you know Spanish. And your girl put her baby daddy on speakerphone. And this man tells you in Spanish, put that bitch on the phone. I ain't trying to talk to you, dude. You start talking crazy. Back to him in Spanish. This South America. He shows up to the front door. It's 4 machetes deep. Waiting for you in that front door. I'm going to say this one time. This is South America. This ain't North America. They will slice your ass up and be looking for your body parts for the next 20 years over their kids. And so y'all trying to get serious about these ladies with these crazy ass South American men, as baby daddies, y'all think American and Canadian baby daddies crazy. Remember, America is not even family centered or family oriented country. Not like South America. Family is all they got. They ain't got a bunch of money, but they got family. And you think you about to get your ass off a plane claiming somebody? All right. Bring your ass down to South America playing with these single mothers you want to. A lot of you dudes that deal with single mothers, and you've been dealing with them for a couple years, and I know my baby mama, you might know her up and down. But you will never say you know that baby daddy. Because even though he cool this year, that don't mean that he won't chop your ass up next year. I'm gonna say that again. He might have been cool last year. He might have been cool the year before. But don't think that man might not snap in 2026 and chop your little ass up, American, Canadian, him and his boys. Y'all like the horses? They'll strap your ass to the back of one of them horses and drag your ass down the street in Medellin. While y'all going to other countries trying to be stepdaddies and shit. Go ahead, you keep going, but don't, like I always say, go ahead and do what you're gonna do. Ain't nobody hating on you, but don't say didn't nobody say nothing to you. He said, bro, I got a history of bad women. We all have, but damn, come on, dog. Yeah, for real. He said, your mama ain't here. Classic. Bobby says that. He said, we'll never do another chick with kids relationship. He said, I had a good and bad situation. Not worth the time or money, especially. Mellow Life is in the building. He says this, always remember that you would never be her option if she wasn't a... Need I say more, gentlemen?
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
It ain't like the man Mello was lying, man. Ronan said he have dated older single moms, once had kids, are grown, but still in the house. Hell no, not doing that at all. Yeah, in South America, it's very common. Very, very common. My trend says this. He said, hell no. I'm not dating women that have multiple baby fathers. She's nasty. I'm just saying, man. The stats are the stats. 60% of black women have multiple baby fathers. That's the stats, man. You see, I give her a phone. I give her a phone back. Hey, you can take this damn phone. Yeah, man. South American guys are very emotional. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, man. These dudes are. You know why? Because they're so spoiled by their moms. Their mothers spoil them so much that when they get with a woman, they expect a woman to spoil them on that same level. Mom give them whatever they want. It's South American boys, shit, they do no wrong. Man, even Andrea's mom is the same way with Andrea's brother. Camila's a grown-ass man. Shit. Not according to mom. Andrea's grandmother. Her oldest boy, he in his 40s. You would swear he was 4. And so when they get out in the world, they don't know how to take no from a woman because their mama ain't never said no to them. And so now you got these ultra emotional dudes with machetes and guns. And now they delete the woman and they delete themselves. That's why you always see it every time you turn around in Colombia, a dude deleting his girlfriend. She break up with him, he delete her. She break up with him, she come up missing. He break up with him, he put a hit out on her. All the time in Colombia, dude. All the time. This is just par for the course. It's not like I'm saying something that's like, well, that happens every once in a while. No, it happens at least 2-3 times a month. Every time you turn around in Colombia, some dude is deleting some female who didn't want to be with him no more. She called the police. Police are like, just like in the States, well, we don't have any proof. We don't have any evidence, just like the States. And then she get deleted and the police are like, oh, well. For real. That's serious, bro. Not here. Oh man. Y'all dudes funny. He say dating single moms is these days dangerous. One of my friends had to delete a baby daddy in self-defense. Damn. Ronan says in the Philippines, they don't play, and most of these women can't even get yeah, that's true. Can't even get a divorce. So you're dealing with a married, separate woman with kids. They can delete you here. Man. Shout out to Chad Tyrone in the building once again. Chad says this. He said, I'm gonna tell him ain't no black. He said, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Okay. For real. Shout out to my brother from down under once again. Yeah, I don't get it either, man. I really don't get it either. I really don't get it either, man. I agree with you guys. Let me get ready to head back to the video, but I agree with you guys, definitely. I'm serious. This not that era. This era is the era of the emotional man globally. I'm gonna say that again. This is the era of the emotional man, not man with emotions. Nothing wrong with being a man and having emotion. I say emotional. I mean, dictated, moved, ruled by his emotions, like women are. There are, okay. Tell me I'm lying. There are dudes that are cool as can be with their baby mama because because that dude ain't never seen her with another man. The moment he finds out that she got a man, you ever notice in many cases, all hell breaks loose. They see a side of him ain't nobody ever seen, because the last dick that she ever got was his 2 years ago. Or in this realm or era of emotional men, a lot of these dudes think, well, she'll be back in a couple years, so I'm gonna let her realize how much she misses me, and then she'll come back. And then hear your ass come getting off a plane, all in Thailand. That man ready to tear up everything because he ain't seen her with nobody. And the last piece of dick she got was from him a year and a half ago. Y'all love skipping into some rescue somebody shit. Stop trying to rescue everybody and get your own. If you want a woman so bad, if you want to be treated like Kevin Samuel said, high value man, a Henry. If you want to be treated that well, start by treating yourself that way. Some of us treat ourselves so bad when we go to other countries, man. We treat ourselves like shit. Like we no good, like we're peasants. Like we should be thankful that these people that's making 10 times as less per month, thank you for letting me in your country. I'm gonna say this again, I'm for real. When it comes to dating, some of y'all treat yourselves like shit. Like, thank you, beautiful Brazilian woman. Thank you. Man, fuck that. It's the opposite for me. I'm coming through the door with like a big ass A on my chest like Captain America. The fuck? Rona said, Dre, you know, as October Libras, we don't even backtrack in relation. That's true. We don't do get backs. We don't do get back. If it's over for us, it's over. Ain't none of that coming back getting the pussy again. You can have it. We will smash, but we'll never backtrack. That is so true. So true. So true. He said I was happy that my first ex-wife found a man. Seriously, found a man. He said so that she'd leave me alone. He said I would rather her be in a stable with one dude instead of having multiple dudes around. That is so true. Shout out to Dr. Kenneth being in the building. Say it again. People are sitting on the in the nosebleed section for real. Shout out to Theo Wolf in the building. And Meek says this, Proverbs 6:13 says, a woman's jealous husband will be, that's true, it's like a furnace. That's true. I forgot about that verse. I forgot about that verse in the Bible. Another translation, it says, is like fire to your chest. It's as if you set a fire. That verse that he's in Proverb, a man's jealousy is as if you took a stick or a torch that's on fire and you purposely held it on your chest and didn't let go until you let her go. That's what it says a man's jealousy is like, especially a man's wife or a woman that a man loves. Even if they aren't together, his jealousy is like you taking a stick on fire, holding it to your chest until you let her go. That's what the one translation says. Yep, and it says he will show no mercy when he takes revenge. Another translation says, what gift can you offer him? What gift can you offer a jealous baby daddy? That same verse in another translation, I love it, man. What gift can you offer him? A jealous man. What gift in Colombia can you offer a jealous Colombian, a jealous Brazilian, a jealous Dominican, a jealous Frenchman, a jealous Spaniard, a jealous brother in Nigeria? What gift can you offer him? Man, please, y'all be playing with fire, freaking around, man, with these baby mamas, man. Dr. Kenneth said this. He said, in yesteryear, in the days gone by, in the days of yore, he says it was socially acceptable to be a stepdad. Stepdad. He said, but today it is all too many circumstances when you jump into the stepfather game. You're signing up for drama and toxicity and more. This is true. Meek says, Proverb 6:27 says, can a man take fire to his bosom? There we go. That's the verse I was talking about. To his bosom, to his chest, and his clothes not get burned. A lot of you guys think, I could deal with a baby mama and I won't get burned. And the Bible asks you, can you? Can you really do it and not get burned? Can you really? Doc says this. He says, I think I read that one. Yep. That's serious, man. He said, I'm allergic to hot balls and machetes. Me too, bro. Me too, bro. I'm so, man, I've seen so much madness when it comes to relationships down here in Colombia. Man, I ain't even in the side chick game. Bruh, can you imagine? I go out here, I get me a side chick, bad hottie, right? I'm smashing away for months. I don't know that this side chick got an ex-man. I done got my hand cut off. I got to come home and explain to Andrea why I got my hand in my hand.
Andre, I need to go to the doctor. What happened? My hand is in my hand. Well, who cut off your hand? Well, what happened was, man, I ain't even on the side chick game like that, dog. I kid you, no, man, no. Somebody just chopped my hand off because I think I got me a clear, good side chick. Come to find out, her ex like that coochie just as much as I do. I ain't about to go through that headache. I ain't going through that. He said I give him 4 Keishas and 2 of them got here for real. Goodness gracious. First Kevin Samuels 3:37. Thou shalt not date thy single mothers abroad. For real, man. That's serious. Mellow Life says this. He say that's why dick discipline is importante, so that you don't end up with a single mother looking for help and not love. That's a good point too. That's another thing we haven't even discussed tonight. A lot of baby mothers are just looking for help, not love. They're looking for help, man. Taking care of them kids and dealing with them baby daddies ain't easy. And I'm gonna tell you something about this topic. Y'all think I didn't catch that? It's 71 people in the building. Y'all didn't think I caught that. Every time, hey guys, check it. Every time we talk about this topic before the live stream starts, I already know one thing is gonna happen. The numbers are gonna dip and then they'll go back up. When I was doing the intros, we got to 70 plus people, right? We got like 70, right? As soon as I started talking about the topic of tonight and talking about baby daddies and y'all dealing with these women in other countries and multiple baby mamas and all that, and multiple baby daddies, the numbers dip. Now, remember I said I already knew because every time we do this topic, this happens. The numbers dip down to 47. Some of you guys didn't notice it. It dipped down to 47. It just crept back up to 74. So the same dudes that didn't want to hear what we was talking about started thinking and was like, let me go and see what these brothers talking about. And it happens every single time we talk about this topic. Men leave and then come back. Every time. This is a safe place for us, gentlemen. Everything that we're going to talk about on this channel will not be comfortable for me and won't be comfortable sometimes for you. Sometimes we talk about things that are very uncomfortable for me that I have to admit to myself. And I admit to you guys. That's why you guys know so much about me, because I have to admit so much and be honest with you. I can't just be honest with you and try to make it seem like I do everything right and my life is always perfect. No. This is a place of truth.
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth, oh yeah.
Every time we talk about this topic, guarantee before I even go live, I tell myself, well, I know that the numbers are going to dip at a certain place, and then guys will start, and it happens every time, and it always. The funny part is, it always surpasses what the original number was. Like I said, the original number, we got up to 70, right? 70 people here. Whenever I talk about this topic, it's never gotten to 100 subscribers watching. If I talk about passport sis, it'll be 110 people up in here. If I talk about Diddy case, it'll be 150 people up in here. If I talk about men's issues to men, 70, 80, 90, but then it'll dip to like 50, 40, and then it'll start creeping back up like it's doing now. Always. Dudes don't be want to hear the truth. Shit. Man, we don't be want to hear the truth. We be talking about women don't want to take accountability. We want to talk about women not taking accountability. Man, we are just as bad sometimes. We're not that bad, but we sometimes. Let's go back to the video. Let's see what the sister has to say.
And another thing, I hate to break it to some of y'all baby moms. And since y'all were all in y'all panties saying, stop saying y'all, stop saying y'all. Okay, for some of y'all baby moms, I hate to break it to some of y'all. I hate to break it to some of y'all. Some of y'all are not single moms. Some of y'all are single women. Y'all need to know the difference. A single mom is not a failed relationship. That's one. A single mom is when you don't have any support whatsoever from the child's father and you're doing everything 100% on your own. Not the child comes to the father's house and the father provides what you provide. No, that's not a single mom, sweetheart. That's a single woman.
I caught that, Mello.
Y'all got to understand that. I've been seeing a lot of y'all sit here talk about y'all are single moms. Y'all got to understand the difference. A single mom doesn't get no help from the child's child's father. You got to sit here and beg him to buy this, buy that. If the dad already is on it, paying for sports, helping the child academically, have clothes and shoes and all their accessories when they come over, picking up, dropping off, keeping breaks, holidays, working around their schedule for their kid, they are fathers. A failed relationship does not mean that you're a single mom. You're a single woman, sweetheart. That's it, and that's all.
Okay, tell me the truth. What is it about single moms that makes you guys run for the freaking...
So I guess we'll just leave this one up to me and I'll lay it out. Now, I'm saying this at all due respect, but this is the harsh reality to it. See, men are a lot more conscious nowadays. Men see a lot of things. And we're becoming a lot more privy as to the bullshit and the games that's going on. Now, this might hurt some feelings, but please understand, this is coming from a real place. So ladies, the truth is why men run so far away whenever they do hear that you are a single mother. Listen, they'll smash, yeah. But are they going to commit to you? Probably not, right? And the reason why is because the guys who most women want the guy who's good looking, who's smart, who's funny, who's successful, who can take care of them, all this other stuff. But guess what? Those dudes have options, and those dudes don't want a woman with baggage. They don't want it. And the truth be told, being a stepfather is a thankless job. It's a thankless job. And men nowadays are not so quick to just jump on board to want to be the stepdaddy. They're not. They're not willing to pay for the mistakes that you've made. Not to mention, these guys also, knowing that you have a child, they know that they're going to have to take a back seat and they're going to have to be second in line. That child always comes first. So when you're sitting here and you're expecting to have a guy that does X, Y, and Z, that guy's not going to sit there and put up with being second place. He's always going to want to be first. And there's nothing wrong with ladies, you putting your child first. You should put your child first. But that's going to close other doors for you naturally. Naturally, it's going to close other doors for you because men who have these things to offer and who do have options are not going to sit there and play stepdad where it's a thankless job. Not to mention, that guy's never going to even be number one. So why would he do it? Why? Not to mention, if you're in your 40s and you're a single mom and all this stuff, what does that say? What does that say? That shows men, especially smart guys who've been around the block, that shows men that you probably didn't want to stick it out in your old relationship, which means that you're not there to actually stick things out. You're there just to be happy. That's not what marriage is, right? Marriage used to be until death do us part. Now it's until I get bored. Okay? So men know that now. They're like, okay, if this girl's not even sitting there willing to make it work with her baby father, what makes me think she's going to try to work it out with me? Right? And these guys don't want the baggage. They don't want a woman who's older. They don't these are things that you guys have to understand. When you have kids and you get divorced and the more men you date, your value decreases. It drops. And the ability of you wanting and getting the man that you once had or once could get is gone and it's out the door. And the truth is, the guys that single mothers are with are not the guys that they would want to be with.
Those are the guys that they end up with, because that's the guy that's willing to take the bullshit of being second in line, willing to take the bullshit of all the drama that you've had in your life and the poor decisions that you've made. So please, I'm not coming at you in any way, shape, or form. I'm not trying to be rude and disrespectful, but I do need you guys to understand, this is why men don't want to fuck with older women. This is why men don't want to fuck with women that are divorced. This is why men don't want to fuck with women who have kids. This is why. And now you're seeing men that are in their late 30s, early 40s that aren't settling down, because we know that it's all bullshit now. It's all bullshit. And the women that are our age are all ran through. They all have problems. They're all abused. Do you think men want that? Men don't want that kind of drama, dude. You're supposed to be peace in a man's life. You think he's gonna go sign up for more chaos? No.
I was with a single mom for almost a decade, on and off. And I would never get on here and I would never publicly bash her. She's a great person. You know, it didn't work out. Would I prefer being with a single mom again? Probably not. Because once you break up, you're breaking up with two people.
You can't hang with the kid, you can't go see the kid.
Yeah, bro. I watched this little girl grow up. I met her when she was 4 years old. I know sometimes I be talking and sound like I hate them or something, or I
get an
anti-single mom.
She had a kid?
I can say I honestly was doing that after the breakup or whatever. I was doing that, but that's just because I was hurt and I was.
That's another thing. You get connected to their kids, man, and when the relationship is over, it's over with the kids for the most part sometimes. Shout out to my man Dollar Bill's in the building. He said, no relationship with single mom. He said, too much drama. I've seen good men get deleted by jealous baby daddies. I have no kids, never settle, just smash. Absolutely correct. My man Ronan says this. He says, the fact is, women in their 20s that are beautiful started off at the top of the mountain, and as they age, they fall or come down the mountain. Yep. He said men spend their lives climbing the mountain to get to the top. That's a good way of putting it. On one side of the mountain, you got the women already standing there, but as time progresses, they're on their way down. And on the other side of that same mountain, the man is climbing his way up to the top. Tori says this. He says, stepdad is like being a toilet. He said, no one thinks too much about it. He said, you glad it's there, but it takes a lot of crap. Man, that's a good way of putting it. Shout out to Bobby once again. He said that dude told the truth. Man, I like what the dude said when he said, if you couldn't make it work with the man that you had children with, what makes you think it's going to work out with me? I was thinking to myself, dang, that is true. If you couldn't make it work with the dude that y'all share seed with, how you going to make it work with me? That's crazy. Shout out to Quan 313, them Detroit boys.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with them Detroit boys. You know how we do. You know how we get. He say, chase your dreams, brothers. He say, after I cut off my ex, that's a single mom, I was able to start learning tech. Shout out to you. Get a passport and hit Billboard as a music producer. See what I'm talking about? When you wish upon a star, makes no difference where you are. See what I'm saying? I'm getting my Jiminy Cricket on right now. Sometimes you got to let her go so you can go, man. Sometimes you got to let her go so you can go. He said prostitute / escort with kids might have more value than a single mother. For real, or without kids. For real, man. That's so sad but true. He said, yeah, they can be it can be rough and worse they let you continue with a rally with it, which is rather tricky. Happened to a friend of mine. That's sad, man. That is so sad. The kids is the X factor in the relationship, and I hope that they when you get attached. A lot of people don't think about that. A lot of dudes don't think that they're gonna get as close to the kids as they get. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, man, it don't work out with you and the parent. And you may not even miss her, but you missing her kids. You're like, man, I don't even miss that knucklehead chick. But dang, I wonder how the kids doing. Stepdad is a toilet. Yep. I was a stepdad toilet too. Yep. We've all been there, gentlemen. He said, that's true. I would rather date an escort than date a single mom. Yeah, man, listen. We all on the same page.
Like, bro, I never want to feel that kind of pain again.
Ladies, I'm going to tell you about a friend that went out with a single mom of 3 the other night and how this backfired on him. So let's call him X. His name is X. X goes out with the single mom. He's very excited. What does he do? He brings her flowers against what I recommended him to do. He went against my suggestion, and he brings her this big bouquet of flowers. He's so excited. I said, okay, but... So he does that. They go out for a nice dinner. He asks her out. He takes her for a nice dinner. He was having an amazing time. Amazing time. It was going great, going just the way he thought it would. And everything's great. And the meals come on time. And she's looking at him and looking at him. They're getting along. They're building connection. And then the check comes. He pays for the check as he should. As he should, y'all. And as the check comes, she asks him, wait, do you mind if we get my kids' food as well? They need some when I come back home. So he says, okay. He agrees. He agrees. And not only does she say, he's expecting, oh, maybe some chicken tenders, something like that. But no. This was a nice place. So he was already daddying for the evening. What does she do? She gets 2 big chicken linguine dishes to bring home for her 3. 2. So he, in the back of his head, he said, wow, I can't believe this is happening. So the dishes come. He gets to a point, leaves her for the evening. Now he comes to me saying, what should I do? Ladies, let's see if you're going to give some good, accurate information here. Let's see if you had a son, brother, or anybody else you'd give good information to. What should he do, ladies?
So I go meet this girl at her place, right? And we were going to go out, but she said we need to wait on her babysitter to show up so someone can watch her 5-year-old daughter, right? When I first get to the neighborhood, I realized it's a gated community in North Dallas. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I had to text her to get the code and everything. So I'm like, damn, seems like a nice area. Surely nothing goes on wild here, right? So as I'm pulling up to her house, I noticed that her front lawn is cut diagonal. You know what I mean? It's not cut in a straight line. So I'm like, oh, okay. It's cut like a golf course. This is nice, real nice. You know what I mean? So I pull right into the driveway and I park right there. But that right there is already breaking rule number 34-1 in the Baby Mama Shuffle Safety Handbook. You never park right in the driveway. You're going to find out why in just a second. Before I get out the car, I grab my tool bag and I grab my hard hat. But I'm not there to fix anything. Once you get to a level I am of doing the baby mama shuffle, you realize that a lot of these girls, they don't like their kids to see that they're casually dating. You know what I mean? So it helps them if you show up as like a handyman, show up as a direct TV guy or dish. Me, I got all the polos. I got the vest, I got the hard hats, I got it all. Because I've learned over time, if you cater to these women, it helps your situation in the end. This is what I do. Hell, I'll even show up as an astronaut if she needs me to. You know what I mean? Just put it in the appointment notes. So I'm sitting on the couch just chilling, right? I'm eating one of her kids' fruit snacks. She has a PS5 on this big ass flat screen. So I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And the sitter should be there any minute. Everything's going great, right? Then, out of nowhere, I hear boom, 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 boom. Sound like LAPD at the front door. She jumps up and looks at me like I was suspecting company. Like, nah, girl, this your house. Who the hell is that? And I wasn't really scared until she got up and she went to the door and she looked through the window thing on the right side. And when she turned around, the face she had looking at me looked like pure fear. Like she shouldn't have been there either. I'm like, whoa, like what's going on? She's like, you need to get up, get your stuff. You need to go to the pantry right now. I'm like, the pantry? She's like, get up, get your stuff, and go hide in the pantry. So I wasn't gonna let her say it 3 times. So I got up, I got all my stuff, and I go hide in the kitchen pantry. And I was sitting there next to a box of Ritz. I remember specifically. So while I was sitting in that pantry, I didn't know what was going on, right? But later I found out, you know, like just to add information in right now, that her babysitter had to cancel. But she called her ex-husband instead of calling her, because she had like no clue that they were even going through a split, right? So he showed up to pick up the kids, but he saw my car in the driveway. You know what I mean? That's why there's rules to this. You always park across the street. You park down the road. You never park in the driveway. That's how you get yourself hurt. So I'm sitting in this pantry. I'm hugging my little tool bag and my hard hat. And I'm like trying like to breathe like real quiet. And then I overhear like them yelling like blah, blah, blah. Like it's like real muffled. But then I hear like a slap, like a loud bah!
Bah! Now remember, he said that the baby daddy didn't even know that he and her had broke up. So the baby daddy thinking they still together, booed up. He come to the house. Some other dude, my man right here, he in the driveway. Man, y'all dudes be doing too much, man.
And then she goes, and you still hit like a bitch. And I'm like, oh, they squabbing. So I'm like, okay, do I get out the pantry and go like do something, or do I sit here and, you know, let this family matter go on? You know what I mean? Then I started hearing glass breaking and all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to sit in here while there's like full-fledged domestic violence going on. So I get up, I walk around like the little kitchen short hallway thing. And then when I see him, my whole mind kind of changed. And I wish I was still in that pantry, because he was this big, buff, no neck, Vin Diesel, cornbread and hot sauce and beans for breakfast looking motherfucker. And I didn't really know what to do. So I was like, hey, yo. And then as soon as he heard me, he turned, he looked at me, he started walking my way, and he was like cussing and everything already. And then she saw that he was coming towards me, so she like ran and kind of like intersected, you know, his path. I guess she was trying to save my life, right? But as soon as like she got in front of me, he picked her up like a toddler, like underneath the armpits. He picked her up and chunked her. I'm talking like almost 10 feet into the couch, and the couch like flipped over. So I'm like, okay. And then when my adrenaline's pumping and I'm mad, I start to sound like my mom for no reason. So I was like, hey, so what you're not gonna do is just throw people. But before I can get the word around, out of my mouth, I'm up off the ground, you know what I mean? And he throws me, and I remember I did one half spin, and I saw like the kitchen, and then I was on the dining table, and then I hit this little dog cage, and then I hit the tile floor, and I thought I was dead.
Now remember, the kitchen was behind him. So when he said he picked him up and he threw him with one half spin, that man spent around, saw the kitchen, and that was the last time he saw that kitchen.
And I kind of laid there, and I'm not gonna lie, I knew I wasn't dead, but I played dead because I didn't want no more of what that got going on. That was a family matter. I shouldn't even say anything. And part of me was trying to make myself feel better for laying there acting dead, you know what I mean? Because I was like, you know what? He threw her into a couch, you know what I mean? He threw me into a dining room table. So he still loves her, you know what I'm saying? She got thrown into a couch. So let me just, you know, lay here. And because he didn't ask me who I was. He didn't say, what are you doing here? He immediately picked me up and threw me. He didn't want to have no conversations with me. So I was just going to lay there and chill out. So eventually she started yelling, I called the cops are on the way. And then the cops did show up, but he was already gone by then. So when the cops showed up, of course, they asked me questions, they asked her questions. I told the cops I got a few punches in, which was a bold-faced lie. I did not get one punch in.
Bro, words to the wise. He gave out some good information, especially when you're dating a single mom, especially if you're planning on spending the night, especially if it's your first time going over there. I know in this case, they're waiting for the babysitter to show up. But the fact that she let Buddy in, even though he said he's supposed to be getting the kid, women like drama, believe it or not. Even with stuff like this, they'll sit there. She said, you hit like a So all this has been going on for a while. The fact that I'm surprised that Buddy didn't smash up his car. GR, what's the rest of the video? Hey man, this video is so old. It's been in my archives for a while. I'm just now getting around to it. But you'll have women who actively have a boyfriend and they're going through a breakup and the boyfriend was just there the night prior, but because they got in an argument, she'll mess around with you, and this dude, she won't be answering her phone. Dude could be texting her, blowing her phone up, and she has you over there, and whether the car is parked in the parking space or in the driveway or whatever have you, she's waiting for that moment, even if he's pounding on the door. But the fact that you never let anybody in the house, man, that's just asking for it. From a How to Be a Player with old boy opening the door halfway when he had a chick inside. And y'all know even my story when I was talking about when an old girl showed up to my crib, which I'll link this stuff in there for you guys who haven't seen it. You never do stuff like that, but it's a dangerous game. It can happen with women just in general. You never know what's going on. But sometimes women just want to get their cheeks clapped, or they just want to make a guy jealous, or just want to get over a guy in the meantime. So don't mess up your chance. A lot of times with trying to take it easy or take it slow with a woman like this, because you never know when you have another chance. You need to immediately go in and try to clap the cheeks. That's just how it goes. But luckily, Buddy, he walked out of the pantry and all this stuff. Luckily, Buddy didn't get hurt. Dudes are foolish. This is another video I'm going to cover about that, about you guys who deal with married women. And I'm going to cover that one. I'm going to talk about my situation where me and my ex-wife was separated. She was messing with this new dude, old dude, who was married as well. But he was showing up. He was coming to my son's games. And I was just like, men are really bold. If my mind wasn't right and I had lost everything, I would have did the unthinkable, as they say. But some dudes are just that bold. I just think some dudes are foolish. They think that nothing could happen to him. Oh, this guy's a punk. This guy's a sucker. This guy's a chump. He's got kids. He's trying to do this. I can do whatever I want. And then he ends up in the grave. I'm just saying, fellas. So protect yourself at all costs and just be on the lookout for certain signs, man. Anyway, let me know what you guys think.
Women are raising women and their sons. Until we can have that conversation, it will never change.
I'm going to take it a step back from that and say, ladies need to stop getting pregnant by losers that don't support a child. I think that people are so desperate to have a relationship that they're not safe and they're not thinking long term. And a lot of these dads walk out on their sons. And that's why men these days that are being raised are soft, because you're right. They are raised in single female households. And that's not fair to that son. So why would you even lay down with a man you don't even like that?
Because they like bad boys. I don't understand.
I feel sick. My stomach just hurt when you said that. Like, ooh.
I mean, because it's like a man that sacks his skinny jeans with a AK to his, well, not an AK, a submachine gun to his temple. It's sexy with a ski mask on.
No, it's not. It's a problem. It's giving trauma.
Sarah,
it's giving traumatized.
It's the sexiest thing on the planet. What
to who?
I don't know.
I see that and I'm like, oh, it's giving drama. There's one person actually that I've met a couple of times. Tall, handsome. 3 kids by 3 different women. Smooth, is successful. A lot of women be like, oh, okay, I would take a ride on that roller coaster. No, not at all. No. You are so not even close to wanting to commit. Why would I have a child by you? I'm going to let you take away the one massive thing that I have to offer my husband, which is his legacy, and squander it on some clown?
So you wouldn't date a man with kids by multiple women?
So unless they were married. Like if you've been in multiple, because remember, I like older men. So if you've been married twice and you have 3 kids by 2 different women, okay, that's fine. But I'm saying men out here that are just out, you know, they're not going to commit to you. They've never even given you a sign of committing to you. And you still lay down with this person and you still get pregnant and you still have a child by this person. You're literally creating the men that society talks about today. And that's why we have feminine men in the household today and masculine women, because women have to be in their masculine to even attempt to raise a boy. So I think that, again, think about your result. Don't squander your legacy on somebody like, I don't know. Kenny, what do you think? What's your thought?
Lack of the man in the relationship, right? There's no real representation of what's right or wrong. If they were only taught a certain way of what a man is, let's say their father is missing, they already got tendencies of what that's like and what they think is a better figure for a father. Then they have a baby with a man. and the man's not there. Now they're thinking, what is a better version of that man? So now they got two situations of what do I think is a better man, and they have two representations of not a great man at all.
Yeah.
So from there, it's really almost a hopeless situation because she's not going to have the right tendencies of how to raise the man, doesn't have the representation, and then maybe the community around her may also be in the same boat, right? She might have other girlfriends that's in the same boat. They don't got the baby father. None of them are raised by the right men, and these dudes are on the streets just wilding. So it's unfortunate. It all has to be internal, man. These ladies have to find the right guy.
Yeah.
It really is what it is, because then you find out shows like Maury and Jerry Springer is real because of these scenarios. And then we're going to blame the kids, and the kids didn't even have a chance. So what are they going to learn from school?
Yeah.
School's not teaching it.
At all.
And you talking about public school? In 2024?
This is the last for me.
Yeah, it's almost like a lost cause. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, for sure.
It's really, really unfortunate. And then from there, I would say, because I can't relate to it, but I would say if I did, it would now come down to the boy himself to
Making
figure
the
it
choice.
out and making the choice and being like, wow, I didn't have the representation for my mother, my father, my grandfather, all these things. I have to do it for myself.
Yeah.
And it is possible.
Yeah.
But the mindset has to be there for the young man.
Yeah. And often we're a product of our environment.
I wouldn't imagine anything because you're not even on a caliber to date a single mother. You
ever hear a guy saying like, oh, you have a child, or oh, I don't want nothing to do with that. They probably don't have the means to take care of your child because they're broke bums, and we don't want those men anyway. But real, true, high value men are going to be seeking or not avoiding someone because they're a mother.
You need to have a man pay for the babysitter if he wants to take you out.
Ladies, set the standard high. Set the standard high, especially since you're a mom, because it's not just about you anymore. It's about you and your kids.
I find it really stupid when I see men trying to make it a point that single mother standards are way too high. But wouldn't you think that a good mother or a good woman, period, would want the best for her children and want the best around her children? So you best believe that my standards are going to be through the roof. At this point, my standards are so high, I think I'm looking for Jesus Christ himself.
That's what rolled out.
Don't date single mothers, or you may be ordered to pay child support. I said, wow, this is interesting.
You don't think women are thinking about this? Let's read this post. Can you make a male babysitter pay child support? I'm a single mom going to college with my sister. We currently rent an apartment together. A couple of weeks ago, I asked my neighbor, a trustworthy guy, if he could watch the kids for 2 hours. Well, I went to class and my sister wasn't home and he agreed. If he babysits and doesn't accept pay, can I sue him for child support because he took on a fatherly role? So basically what I'm saying is, if you're not careful, you could get caught up in a situation where you could have a judge, a woman sue you. Yes. And so the answer, her first question, can you sue him? Yes, you can sue him. Now, can you get a lawyer to sue him? That's going to be based on whether or not a lawyer feels like there's a good faith claim. This court stated that given its recognition that a person who is not the biological father of a child may be considered a parent against his will. Wow. Which means even if you fuss and fight, hey, not my child, that's not my child. I don't want to be the parent. It's not that he even volunteered to say, I'm the daddy, call me daddy, call. No, against this will, they made this guy be the dad. Consequently, they burden him with the responsibility of paying child support. If she can get someone to write a letter or someone to come testify that, he took my child to school. He picked my child up from school. He paid for my child's clothing. He took my child to the doctor. He babysat. He took my child to a babysitter. To a baseball game, football game. He overall spent his time with my child. And heaven forbid, they call you daddy or stepdad, right? So now what have you done? You've basically given them enough facts to at least allege that you've taken on the fatherly role. The government is saying marriages rates are going down. We need somebody to take this out of wedlock birth rate is going up. We need somebody to help take care of these kids.
Yeah,
because
not tax
otherwise
dollars.
we're on the hook for taking care. care of these kids. We gotta pay for medical. We gotta pay for welfare. We gotta do that. So why not get the closest man available to help pay for those kids? So if a woman can get you on the hook, man, she will. And I just thought it was interesting, man. And that's why I brought it up. And if you don't think women are thinking about that, refer back to that post that I put up from 10 years ago. Imagine if all your ex-girlfriends
my goodness. I know where you're going. Go ahead and say that.
Got together and put you on child support for all these kids that aren't yours.
Planned attack.
My mom kept me away from my dad for 26 years. My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake and kept me away from my father. This looking for me since I was a kid. I finally talked to my dad. He's a good dude. My mom told me my dad has not paid child support since I was a kid. I finally meet this. He has an envelope full of proof showing he been paying child support. My mom calls me. What you doing, baby? What's going on? I'm at my dad's house. What you doing at? Didn't I say don't discuss family business? My dad bust through the door and snatched the phone. I was trying to, no. Like, hello? Put my son back on the phone. No, it's my son too. And my dad loses it. Going in on my mom. And I'm listening to my mom. All that slapping, abuse, and beating up, choking me when I'm on the floor. My mom turned into a 2-year-old little girl when my dad started talking to her. She talked to me like my entire life. He's yelling on the phone, you mad because I left you. And I didn't want to be with you no more. And you kept my son away from me as a weapon. Whenever my mom would get pissed off by my dad, she would say, we'll never see your son again.
My bills as a 23.
This portion of the videos is something that a lot of content creators haven't addressed yet when it comes to dealing with women that got kids in other countries. I said that I was going to let you see it from the kids' perspective. I didn't say little kids. Some of y'all gonna get with baby mamas that's gonna put y'all in the middle of some shit like this in some of these videos that are coming down the turnpike in a second. Her sex is amazing. And she been lying to her kids the whole time she been with you for those 4 years. She been lying to you about that baby father. You ain't no police officer or detective. You ain't Batman the detective. So you believe in what she's saying about the baby father. He's either deceased or in jail, right? You believe in it. You've been with her for 4 years. All the evidence shows until that young man finds his father. And now you are in the middle of some shit with a woman that lied to her child from birth that you are now in love with because you've been with her for 4 years. That's another thing that we don't talk about when it comes to these baby mamas. I don't know why y'all love these baby mamas, man. Y'all believe anything that they say, no investigation, no proof, no nothing. You haven't talked to the father, none of that, or the fathers, none of that. Y'all will believe anything a baby mama says. In any country, as long as she got a Paisa accent in Medellin, you believe anything that she says. As long as she's got that beautiful Portuguese accent in Brazil, you'll believe anything that she says. She's an Afro-French girl. You believe anything that she says. She's in Honduras or she's in Kenya. You believe anything with a fat butt. You don't question it. And a few years later, you're stuck in the middle of this mess, bruh. Those of us that don't mess with baby mamas will never see this happen. Never. We'll hear about it, but we'll never see this happen. But those of you who mess with baby mamas, let's get back to the videos. I'm gonna show you even more of some of the things that could be happening to you who mess with baby mamas.
Girl, single mom. This is basic necessities only. So my rent is $2,600. I live in Buckhead, so damn near anywhere in Buckhead, a 2-bedroom because I got a kid. That's gonna be $20.
They always live in Atlanta most of the time.
In the 2000s for sure. My phone bill is $800. Now before y'all start asking me why is my phone bill $800, I got my 2 brothers on there, my cousin on there, my daddy on there, and I got 2 phones on there. And then My brothers and my cousin, they all have iPads on there as well. So it's like,
That's diabolical. First of all, your rent being 26. Nobody in a 2-bedroom that is under the age of 30, unless you're a millionaire or unless you're well on the way to being a millionaire, should have rent that is above $2,000. I don't care if you have to lower the area that you live in. And again, I'm not even going to address the single mother thing right now because that's not important. The more important thing is how are we managing our budget and our finances? And most of the time, we spend our way out of success. And what that means is it's much easier to climb a mountain when you don't have rocks inside of your backpack. And so, right now she's 23 years old and she's feeling invigorated and she's a hustler and she's in Atlanta and whatever, so on and so forth. And I'm sure she's going to talk about later in the video of how it is that she makes her money. But more importantly are the expenses that we have on a daily basis. When you have an $800 phone bill, and most of it is not even of your doing, that is a problem. That is a huge problem.
This woman told her daughter for 16 years that her dad molested her when she was a kid.
It's hard for her to know how to feel when it's been pumped in her head for 16 years. Something that didn't
Start that, please. I love my mom.
Nobody is asked.
You would be shocked how many accusations like that happen. When I was interviewing men that were victims of divorce rape, there's one guy I interviewed that was his job. And when I say divorce raped, it just basically means a woman is pulling the nuke button in divorce. So she's using every possible tactic. There's a book called How to Destroy a Man, and it teaches women.
There's a book that we're going to be doing tomorrow. It's called How to Destroy a Man Now. This book came out in 2000, right around 7-8 years ago. It's going through a resurgence right now. We're going to watch mediocre tutorial review tomorrow as he walked through it last year. There's a female psychiatrist or psychologist that literally, it's on Amazon. So everybody's surprised that it even made it to Amazon, that literally wrote a book called How to Destroy a Man Now. And gives step-by-step how to destroy his reputation, how to destroy a man's career, destroy a man's mindset, destroy a man's ego, how to destroy a man immediately. How fast you can destroy a man. I'll show you how to do it. And she walks women through the steps of how to do it. Tori said, I saw that episode. Let's go back. I think she's going to tell the name of the author. But I know Mediocre Tutorial Review is going to talk about it in the video that we're going to watch tomorrow. How to Destroy a Man Now. Let's go back to the video.
You would be shocked how many accusations like that happen. When I was interviewing men that were victims of divorce rape, there's one guy I interviewed that was his job. And when I say divorce raped, it just basically means a woman is pulling the nuke button in divorce. So she's using every possible tactic. There's a book called How to Destroy a Man, and it teaches women the step-by-step guide of how to use the false accusation system against men. You would be surprised how common that is. And this man that worked with those men told me that there's a ton of men every year that commit suicide because of accusations like this, because the whole town thinks they're a pedo. And
let's put that on pause for a second. I'm going to show you guys something. Let's give you a little intro for tomorrow. Let me see if I have it up here. No, I don't have it up here, but I have it here. Give me a split second, gentlemen. Because I was actually looking at it today. It's just sad that you got women out there that are putting together game plans. Let's get ready to screen share this. This is what we're going to be watching tomorrow. So let me blow that up. We're going to do a little intro today. Just a little intro. And this is Mediocre Tutorial Reviews. He said, woke woman writes a book telling women how to destroy a man.
Men that they do not like. Let's get active. I was sent this on my...
And there we go, the title, Angela Confidential. And of course, that's probably not her name, but that's her pen name that she uses when she writes. How to Destroy a Man Now.
Instagram, none too long ago, and I took a look at the link, and I honestly could not believe what I was reading. Title of this is How to Destroy a Man, with the acronym of DAMN, a handbook. Let's just get right into it and read what they wrote here. A wave of sexual misconduct allegations about powerful men have exploded recently in the media, Twitter, Me Too, etc. A bold social movement has begun with brave women coming forward and being applauded for speaking out and sharing their stories of abuse, discrimination, and harassment. As a result, accused men like Harvey Weinstein, Matt Lauer, Charlie Rose, and a dozen more have been removed from power and are suffering the consequences. In How to Destroy a Man, Dr. Angela Confidential, a business psychologist, consultant, and human resource professional, empowers women with a step-by-step guide for destroying a man's reputation and removing him from power. Listen, if y'all don't at Amazon on Twitter, on Instagram, because they're currently hosting this on their site, okay? They're currently hosting it here. Anyway, let's continue. In easy to understand terms, the handbook reveals and explains the fundamental dynamics between allegations, the media, and authority as they relate to male misconduct in today's society. It also unveils and details practical, real-world methods for leveraging allegations, media, and authorities to dethrone a man from power.
So we're going to continue on with that tomorrow. And we're going to look at other videos that talk about this particular book. I need to reach out to MTR. I'm going to do that this week. I'm glad that you guys mentioned that. I've been on interviews with MTR, but I haven't reached out to him as far as being on the show. I got a couple of guys that are here locally in Colombia I want to do interviews with. Then I've got interviews coming up with other guys, such as Ronan. But yeah, I'm going to reach out to MTR. He said, that's not the one I mentioned. Amazon pulled it down. Oh, they pulled it down? Okay, good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Because MTR did this particular episode, 2 years ago. So this is 2 years ago. But there are a lot of videos that are on this topic that we're going to look at tomorrow. But do realize, just because they took the book down, that there are a lot of women that got it. And because Amazon, do realize, guys, I didn't know this as an author, but now I do. There are so many platforms to put your books on, and you can create a separate website to where the person buys the books directly from your website. So Amazon KDP is one. Now, mind you, 60% of all book sales go through Amazon KDP of online books. However, you don't have to only sell that book on Amazon, especially if it's the ebook. You can put it on any platform without an ebook. I'll tell you what I mean. You see on the back of most books that you purchase, this code back here, right? The ISBN code. Once you get an ISBN code from Amazon, as I explained the other day, you can't market your book outside of Amazon. That's why one of the things that we're doing with our brand is taking it out of the hands of Amazon. So when I create other books, I can use an ISBN code from the government of the United States and not one from Amazon. Because every time I put a book on Amazon KDP, now I'm stuck and I can't put it anywhere else except an ebook. Ebooks don't need this right here. Ebooks are the only books that don't need that code on the back. So even though they took her book down from Amazon KDP, she can still sell it around the world as an ebook. And that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. So let's get back to our original video.
Because family court is not based on evidence, it's based on a balance of probabilities. Those men can still lose access to their children.
I cannot believe she doing this to me. Because, like I said, you don't know me, bro. This girl, if anybody know I don't deserve this shit, it's her.
Before we go any further, this section that you're looking at, these videos from the dude that was telling about what his mama lied to him about, to right now we just looked at the young lady talking about the manipulation of women that manipulate and try to destroy man. Now we're looking at baby fathers that were good dads and want to be good dads, but the mother is withholding the child, and you're the dude that's on the other end that don't even know all about this. I'm gonna say that again. When you hear the pain in this man's voice, there are a lot of men that are in pain that don't have access to their children like they want. And you just getting with this baby mama and believing any damn thing she says. That's probably the part that pisses me off the most with you dudes that deal with baby mamas. It's not the kids. If you notice throughout this episode, we've said very little about the children. Most of it is I'm disappointed. If you want to know the truth, you come to South America and all these wonderful women down here. You go to Thailand and all these wonderful women down here, and the best that you can find is a fucking baby mama. That is not the best. You're not going to sell me that. Now, I could, like I said, if it's a woman that's older and her children are older, I got you. I'm with you on that. But I'm talking about somebody got like a 2-month-old, 5-month-old, 5-year-old, 7-year-old. Why? Because you might be walking into some stuff like this right here of a hurt man. And you ain't seen that man in 2 years of you smashing that Colombian baby mama in Cartagena. But once that man finds out where his son is or his daughter is, you, the law, and nobody else but God can stop that man from deleting everybody in that scenario. Did we not look at the brother on Facebook a couple years ago that deleted himself and his baby? He had told her, keep on playing with me and my kids. He finally caught up with her. This is just about 2 years ago. We did a video on it. Finally caught up with her. Deleted. He put the kids in the car. He was pretending like he was coming to pick the kids up like he normally would. So the kids ran into the daddy car.
He turned on Facebook Live. He talked directly to us, black dude. Next thing you know, he was saying, he was naming off people who already knew. Hey, Kevin, man, you know what I'm going through. Mom, I've been talking to y'all about this for the longest. I'm done. Kids sitting in the car thinking daddy about to take them to his house. Finally. This man on Facebook Live walked in at a house, and all you heard him say was, I told you that this day was coming. And after that, it was artillery. Let's say you sitting up in that house when that man walk up in that house. Y'all think playing with baby mamas is a game and it's cute. And I know some of y'all got low. I'm gonna talk to y'all as men. I got it. I get it. I know that in the United States, man, we get treated like trash as men. I get it. Whether it be your job or if you got a company, you don't feel good because your employees don't appreciate you. You go home and the women don't appreciate you. You tell your woman to lose weight, she's still putting on weight. I got you. I feel where you're coming from. I'm serious. I wish I could say it's gonna get better. But then you get a plane and a passport. And you fly to these other countries. And for the first time in a couple years, somebody made you feel good because you threw her a couple dollars for her kids and you feel like a hero. Don't lie to me. You ain't got to lie to me, bro. I already know how you feel. Well, she got kids, Dre. You don't say that about women in the States, do you? But when you went to DR, you did. You threw her a couple dollars because she had kids, didn't you? You did that in Colombia, didn't you? In the Philippines, her daughter's so cute, ain't she? I know. And it made you feel better just to throw a few dollars, $20, the mama way, in a way that the mama was appreciative for what you did. If just for a minute in your life, nobody in the States have made you feel like a man in the last 10 years, but just giving that $10 to that sexy Filipino or Filipina made you feel good about yourself as a man. Just giving $50 to that Colombian chick, that Afro-Colombiana, made you feel good like as a man. To whereas you've been providing for people in the States and ain't nobody appreciating you, bro. I get you. I've been there. But I'm gonna tell you something. The modern day stepdaddy, pseudo stepdaddy, or boyfriend, where you guys is taking these single mothers seriously, you might as well be dealing with drugs because it's just as dangerous these days. You playing a dangerous game. You don't know if that woman has lied to the kids or lied to her baby daddies, plural. While you trying to make yourself feel good as a man dealing with that woman in that foreign country, you might end up being in a position where you may have to defend yourself as a man fucking around in these foreign countries. I would recommend that a lot of you guys start to be a little bit more patient and get you a woman that doesn't have any kids, than hoping that the scenario is as perfect as peanut butter and jelly every time y'all get with these baby mamas. Like I said, I know how you feel, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know how you feel. You in the States, all you do is grind, go to work, go home. You go to your spot, you're on monk mode. You feel lonely sometimes, bruh. Sometimes you feel lonely when you just walking through the grocery store buying groceries, bruh. I know what it's like to just walk through the grocery store for no reason. Loneliness just fucking hit you upside the head for no reason. Not sadness, not depression, not none of that, just loneliness. Because you decide not to mess with the knucklehead chicks in the States. But you've been smashing chicks, but you ain't had no real relationship in about a year or two. I know what it's like to do that. I know what it's like to be at home, man, and you making all these stuffed bell peppers and all this, man, and all you got to sit down to do is sit down, watch a football game or listen to Taylor Made Dreams or Ace Live. That's all I had. I refused to blow my money on women in the States. Therefore, it was I had one person I was smashing, but that was nothing serious. Most of the time, dog, every once in a while, that wave of fucking loneliness will hit me like for 15 minutes. I kid you not, man, like from nowhere. I know what it's like as a man to just have a wave of loneliness, but you don't want to mess up what you got going on for the future. I could have easily eased that loneliness by getting with a baby mama in the States, being serious with her or pretending like I was serious with her until I left for Colombia. Andrea wouldn't have knew, right? She's in Colombia. I would rather be a lonely motherfucker than to come to these countries, throw a few dollars to make myself feel good as a man. I'm so glad that I didn't let that loneliness control me. So when I got to Colombia, I ignored the Andreas and I got with the Colombian baby mama because it made me feel good about myself to give a few dollars. Y'all fucking around, playing a dangerous game, bruh. It's all kiki kaka when these cameras are off. But I'm telling you, y'all keep on fucking around with these baby mamas and seeing, we're going to go back into this video and seeing the pain that these fathers are going through. The pain, now everything we're about to watch that we've been watching since that young man told about his mama lying to him, every video that you're going to watch in the next few minutes is going to mainly center around a baby mama lying. The same type of baby mamas that you believed was telling you the truth. Every video you're about to see, nobody addresses the fact that you could have came to Colombia and fell in love with a bald-faced liar. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to 1J being in the building. He said that loneliness would have you swipe on Tinder for real and get caught up. Bruh, you are preaching. That's why I said that. See, I'm not going to sit up here and expect you guys to be transparent if I don't be transparent first. And you can, dude, that loneliness can hit you and you ain't even doing nothing. You in the gym. All of a sudden, this fucking loneliness comes from out of nowhere. Not sadness, not depression, it's all of a sudden just like, wow, you by yourself in the world, bruh. You don't even live nowhere near your family. Like, damn, what's going on? You in a grocery store, man, dude, I've been several times at a grocery store, minding my business, having a great day. Man, that fucking loneliness would just jump on me for like 10 minutes, like everything slowed down, and I'm just all of a sudden sad and lonely. For no fucking reason. I wasn't depressed when money was great. Like I said, I got one that I'm smashing, so it wasn't like I was horny or anything. It was just I wasn't in a relationship for so long that I was just fucking lonely. And I could have came to Colombia, just like my brother said, because of the loneliness that I have been going through every once in a while. And it happened often. It probably happened maybe like, I could say in the 5 years prior to coming to Colombia, that wave probably hit me maybe 4 times, right? I would say 6. But I could have came to, it was me, I kid you not. That's why, if you guys ever wonder, I'm about to get y'all behind the scenes. if you ever wonder why I do Saturday night movies, the double feature, I know what it's like to be on monk mode in the States on Saturday night and you ain't going out there blowing your money on bitches. So now you got money in the bank, but you at the house by yourself. So that's why we came up with Friday Night Drink. If you ever want to know what Friday Night Drinking Hand came from, it came from me watching Taylor Made Dreams on my lonely days. And he would come on live streams on Friday night. And he was the first black male YouTuber I ever saw with a drink in his hand, talking shit on camera. I never saw that before. There was no black YouTubers with a drink in hand just talking that shit. The difference between the bitches in Brazil and the Dominican bitches, I'm going to tell y'all. And so when we became YouTubers, I said, I bet you with some brothers at home ain't blowing their money on a bunch of bitches in the United States like I didn't, only taking their pleasure outside the United States like I did. But every once in a while, they go through a wave of loneliness on a Friday night. So I said, let me do Friday Night Drinking Hand. And we just gonna talk some shit on Friday night. They probably going through a wave on Saturday night. So I started the movies, the double feature. If you ever wonder why I did that, because I know what the fuck it's like to go through that wave of fucking loneliness. And just like my brother said, you can sit back and make a mistake and swipe right on the wrong bitch. And you done swiped yourself into some bullshit. So I'd rather 56 of us be together on a Friday night. 50, 60, 70, 100 of us be together on a Saturday night and let you know you ain't by yourself and let you know you making the right decision, saving your money, making your money in the States and planning to move out in 5 months, 5 years, or 15 years. You didn't make a mistake. Every once in a while, that loneliness gonna make you feel like, am I making the right mistake? Maybe I should get me a boo in the United States until I leave. No, you shouldn't. You stay on the right path, brother. You doing it right. Stay on the right path. But other YouTubers, they gonna tell you that shit. They gonna make it seem like it's all about parties and funds and bad bitches and all that. Man, fuck that. Let's be real. If you on monk mode in the States, you're gonna have some moments where that shit is lonely for a minute for no reason at all. You can have a great day and that shit hits you like bam. You're like, all of a sudden everything slows down. You're like, why am I feeling so like melancholy and blue and sad and lonely? You could be at the barbershop talking shit with your boys and all of a sudden that loneliness just hits you because you ain't been in a relation. And now you come to Colombia and you went through that wave of loneliness a couple times and nobody on YouTube talked about black men go through loneliness sometime. And you get to Colombia, you get to Thailand, and you put on a fucking cape and you go around rescuing bitches, rescuing baby mamas with your money. I've seen some of y'all do that with pay-for-play chicks. Let a pay-for-play chick tell y'all 100,000 pesos for fun. And you're like, okay, cool, got the 100,000. Then she tell you she got a kid. And what does your lonely ass do? You give her 300,000 pesos. Not because the pussy was better, not because she sucked your dick better, not because she bust on your face or she let you put it in her ass, just because she said she had a kid. And your ass haven't had a chance to feel like a hero as a man in a relationship or provider in a relationship for a long time. So here's your moment of being a provider, and you pull your fucking wallet out and you start going through your wallet, and I got you, baby. Don't worry. I got you. I takes care of mine. You didn't do that because you gave a fuck about her or her daughter. You did that because you went through a couple of waves of loneliness in the States. And you haven't felt that provider male part of you for a couple of years because you've been on monk mode preparing for when you officially move to a new country. Nobody wants to talk about those last couple of years of moving to a new country. That shit can be lonely because you're the only one that sees your vision. Family don't see it. Your homeboys don't see it. Your coworkers don't see it. Bitches that you fucking don't see it. And it can be lonely being the only one that's the Martin Luther King, the only one that's the Moses of your family, The only one that's the Abraham of your family. It ain't 2 or 3 Abrahams in our families. You the only Abraham. You the only Jacob. You the only Joseph. You the only Isaac in your family. You the only King David. You the only Solomon. The only one. Jesus said a prophet is without honor. He's never without honor, except in his own house, among his own people. I know what that shit like. So next time you in these other countries, and I tell y'all, stop fucking with these baby mamas, because you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know the real backstory. You only know what she's telling you and what she's showing you as she's sucking your dick. Stop believing everything these baby mamas tell you in any country. Like I said, if the child is older, that's one thing. But unless you know the truth and you're going to watch these videos, the truth is going to be coming out. And some of you dudes is going to be shocked what you're about to hear in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, bro. It's her. She know this. She know I'm not this type of man, bro. She know this. And she doing this shit because she mad at me, bro. She ruining my fucking life, bro. Because she mad. I miss my son, bro. I ain't seen my son in a month, cuz. I ain't seen my son in a month, bro. I miss that nigga every night, bro. She could leave, bro. She could leave. I don't need her, bro. How you gonna go to across the fucking country with my son, bro, and don't even wanna FaceTime me?
What I thought was a situation of domestic violence on the part of my dad my whole life was actually contrived by my mom and her lawyer. That's right, my mom's lawyer advised her to get a bogus restraining order to set up a situation where my dad would be enraged, make claims of abuse to get a domestic violence charge so that she could get more money and custody. The silver bullet technique involves a carefully contrived and set up false accusation of domestic abuse, or, when possible, the provocation of a real incident of domestic.
Now, you know where that young lady is reading that from? This young lady is reading from the book, How to Destroy a Man Now. She's reading the silver bullet technique that her mother used with the attorney from the book. The book, How to Destroy a Man Now, her mother and the attorney used the book to destroy the father. Let's bring that back so now you guys can hear her story. And that's brother's story. That's when y'all be messing with these baby mamas. You don't know what they done to these baby daddies, man. You don't know what they done to these men.
Miss that nigga every night, bro. She could leave, bro. She could leave. I don't need her, bro. How you gonna go to across the fucking country with my son, bro, and don't even wanna FaceTime me?
What I thought was a situation of domestic violence on the part of my dad my whole life was actually contrived by my mom and her lawyer. That's right, my mom's lawyer advised her to get a bogus restraining order to set up a situation where my dad would be enraged, make claims of abuse to get a domestic violence charge so that she could get more money and custody. The silver bullet technique involves a carefully contrived and set up false accusation of domestic abuse, or, when possible, the provocation of a real incident of domestic abuse. Over and over it says, we see the following interesting phenomena. Number one, a marriage has existed for decades. There was never a call to 911. Never a policeman in the house, never a complaint to family court, never a time when the wife left the house to avoid abuse. Number two, the wife goes to see a divorce attorney for reasons known only to herself. Number three, within a few weeks there is a call to 911, police in the house, a complaint to family court. On the night of the alleged abuse, It says, the wife leaves the house to avoid abuse. The next day, she has her husband thrown out of the house by the court. This is exactly what happened to my dad. This is deranged. How sick. And the whole time I thought that he was the abuser and rejected him. She did this on purpose.
Yeah, read it.
What is this?
You know what it is? I just want you to know that I know. Nevaeh is not mine. She's not my daughter.
Why did you do this tonight out of all nights? Why?
So I wanted you to know that I know Nevaeh is not mine. I've had doubts. So I went got a DNA test. Nevaeh is not mine. She's not my daughter.
Why would you do this? She loves you though. Why would you do this?
She's not my daughter. Why would you do this? Why would you cheat?
I didn't cheat.
Why would you cheat on me?
I didn't.
That's proof right there. DNA test. Nevaeh is not my daughter.
Well, babe, really? Out of all days, you had 3 years to give this to me. Now you want to give this to me?
All right, well, listen. You and Nevaeh got to the end of the month to get out of my house.
You're kidding, right?
I'm not kidding.
But that's your
and
daughter.
your daughter have to the end of the month to get out of my house.
But that's
Kelly.
your daughter.
It's not my daughter, Kelly.
Yes, it is.
The paperwork says it's not my daughter.
Why would you do this?
I am not the father.
No. Stop, babe. Can we just get the camera on my face? Can we?
You have a child with him? Yes. That's not your child. That's both of your child. No, just a second. That child is both of yours. So either you take the child or he takes the child. He's the father no less than you're the mother. So.
Because then he told me he was going to take Lila with him at 1:30 in the morning.
Just a second. So he said, if I'm going to leave my house, if you're telling me to leave the house, I'm going to take my daughter with me.
Even though I have sole legal custody of her?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No. At that point, are you telling me you had a court order giving you legal custody of your child? The answer is no.
No.
So at that point, you're the mother, he's the father. He has as much right to take that child as you do.
That's not what I've been told, but...
Well, if you've gotten different advice, you were mistaken.
Okay.
In this country, fathers are not second-class citizens. I know there are a lot of people out there, including judges and probation officers, who still don't get that message, but fathers are not second-class citizens. Sometimes they're actually better parents. Not always. Sometimes it's 50-50. But it's on a case-by-case basis. But anybody that says to me, can't take my daughter with him, it's not yours. Both of yours. You made her together.
Bro, fathers are more important than the mothers.
Hold on now. You trying to get us kicked off the show, man.
No.
Hold on now. You gonna have to break that down because you trying to get us kicked off the show. You just said fathers more important than mothers, man. You better break that down.
What's the first connection? Which parent does the child have a connection with first?
Well, typically kids say dad first.
No. I'm saying like just overall, in general.
You would think mother, right?
No, yeah, you would think that.
Right.
Even scientifically.
Yeah.
You know what we all are? Developed sperm. Where does that sperm come from? The man.
Yeah.
That child has, why you think so many people have daddy issues? You don't hear too many people talking about they have mama issues, but you have grown men right now that's dealing with stuff because they daddy wasn't there. You have females right now that's dressing half naked, being provocative because they're looking for the attention that the daddy didn't give them. The first connection that a child have with their parent is the father. You come from me.
Please go watch that video. It's real quick, but I know one thing for sure, ladies. Y'all would not fare the same if the shoe was on the other foot. You give them kids to the father. Most of the fathers don't even want child support. They just want quiet. And come get the kids when you want them. Make no mistake about it. You give me my kids, I don't want no child support. You come grab them when you want to. You got 24/7 access to them. I won't ask you for a dime, I swear to God.
How dare you speak to me like that?
You're a liar.
How dare you speak to me like that?
He didn't walk out the door. You drove him away, I remember. Mum, please, just stop. I remember him begging to stay. I remember him holding me. And I remember you ripping me out of his hands while you screamed at him to get out. And then you spent the next 30 years telling me that he abandoned us, that he's a racist, that he didn't love me. That lie shaped my entire future, my feelings towards kids, towards men. He called me on his deathbed and I hung up on him. I will never have even an idea of a father because of you. So the next time you want to talk about Baba, I would love for you to try something. Just try something at which you have very little practice. Shut up.
Oh, good. You started without me. So sorry I'm late. Crazy story.
You wanted this lunch so much, you have it.
One of the most harmful, subtle tactics that an alienating parent will use with the child after they've spent time with the alienated parent is asking the child how the visit went. And it attempts to make the child believe that the alienating parent actually cares about that visit. What they're really trying to do is instill fear. An example will be, did your dad let you stay up late? You know that's not good for you. Or did your mom let you eat pizza? You know that's not healthy for you. So what that does is it encourages the child to believe that that parent is intentionally doing things that are hurtful or harmful to the child, which in turn makes the child believe that spending time with that parent is bad for them. It's very subtle, but it's intentional on the parent's part. They want the child to believe they're supporting them, but they're really not.
Parental alienation exposes bitter baby mamas.
Parental alienation, very, very common in the West, especially in the Black community, because we were programmed to believe all women, so mama is right and daddy is a deadbeat. When really and truly, daddy just did not want to deal with mama no more because she's toxic as hell. It's not that he didn't want to have a relationship with his kids, he just didn't want to have a relationship with her. So what she did, she used his kids against him. She filled his kids' heads with lies, saying that, oh, he's not here because he does not love you, which is a complete lie. We're talking about it because we're exposing it. The narrative that Black men are deadbeats and Black men aren't good fathers end in 2024 because the evidence show that that is so. Now, people gonna say, oh well, you're attacking Black women, you're talking negative about Black women, but hear me. If this does not apply to you, why are you mad? If this is not your situation, why are you trying to silence those who are talking out against the situation? Think about those things.
Shout out to our girl, shout out to us all. I just want to, before you guys, we go any further, I want to show something to you guys real quick. Let me add this to stage. Move that from stage and add that to stage. And let's go here. Primary custody in the United States, right? Let's see who gets primary custody. Primary custody arrangement in the United States, 65 to 70% of the time, it's the mother that gets custody. Varies by states, but most of the time it's the same. Fathers receive primary custody only 10 to 20% of the time. So when you hear women talk about you should fight for the child, or you could go fight for the child, you can go back and go to court for the child. You can't. In most cases, you can't win. You can go back to court, but you have a very slim chance as a father to win unless there's really some crazy stuff that the mother is doing. And even then, they're going to put you through hell. Joint custody shared in the United States, only 20 to 30%. These are the key things that influence the custody laws in the United States. The state laws, some states have various joint custody laws unless one parent is deemed unfit. Other thing is fathers seeking custody. When fathers actively pursue custody, they are awarded primary or joint custody in a significant percentage of the cases. But you're still looking at only 20 to 30% when it comes to that, and only 10% to 20% when it comes to father getting primary. The trend towards sharing parents or shared parenting Many states are moving towards encouraging equal parenting time when possible. Statistical breakdown says in 2018, U.S. Census Bureau found that 80% of the custody parents, once again, are the mothers, 20% are the fathers. When the father actively seeks and studies custody to win, primary and joint custody is about 50 to 60% of contested cases if the father decides to go for it. So that's joint custody. And then various things, blah, blah, blah. Historical biasness, that's why the mothers usually get there. Voluntary agreement, usually fathers just volunteer to agree that the mother gets custody. Working and caregiving roles, meaning that fathers quite often are out there making money, like they were doing when they were in a relationship with a woman. So now the laws automatically deem the father not able to take care of the child because he's out there making money. And I just wanted to let you guys see some of the reasons and some of the things that you're walking into. T-Mac said, I received majority custody of the kids over my first wife. Shout out to you, T-Mac. Just want to let you guys see some of the things that are going on out there that you might be walking into, trying to be a superhero. This stuff is going on. You walking into a baby, you walking into a situation with a single mother. You're thinking everything is smooth. I know everything in your mind, everything is smooth. Because in many cases, many of us that don't have any kids don't know that this type of stuff goes on. So we just la 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 like the Smurfs, la 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 la. We just walking on in there. Hey, single mother with the kids. Hey, kids, I'm here to rescue you. And you try to rescue, and you don't know what you rescue, and you probably walk yourself into some mess, such as what we've been looking at. Let's bring back the video.
Donna Briggs, and today's question of the day is, Dear Donna, my dad passed away last week. I'm devastated. But apparently, he never thought that we were his children. So before we can get anything from his estate, we had to take a DNA test. Come to find out, none of us are his children. So we get nothing. My mother has lied to us our entire life about that being our dad. I am devastated. And I really don't want to have a relationship with my mother. What should I do? Wow, that was a lot. So your dad never thought that you were his children. Right? So he wanted you to take a DNA test before you guys got anything from his estate, his will, any of his money before he died. Makes sense. Come to find out, you took a DNA test, and none of you guys are his children. All 5 of you, you're not even his children.
5 kids.
Oh my God, that's awful. But he had a feeling though. So now you don't want to speak to your mother. I would want to discuss with my mom, like, why did you lie? Why would you do that to my dad? And why did you do that to us? And where's our dad? That's what I want to know. And then I probably wouldn't talk to her. Being honest, what I would do, I probably wouldn't want to talk to her. I mean, because it's like, you lied to us our entire life about our dad. And it's not even our dad. So, that's pretty heavy. I'm really sorry about that, because I can't even imagine wrapping my head around. I'm thinking my dad's my dad my entire life. Next thing you know, he's not my dad. And he knew he wasn't my dad, but he didn't tell me that, which he really loved you, though. The fact that he didn't mention it to you, he loved you. Like, I really don't think your mom is telling the truth about you. But your mom, I don't feel good about her. If you have 5, you're the 4th, 4 brothers and sisters, right? And none of you guys are your father's children, so none of you will receive any inheritance. That's pretty heavy. Ouch.
Before it goes to the next one, shout out to my man, Mano in the building. He says this is when we were talking earlier about, you know, going through your ups and downs of life as a man, as a black man. He says this. He said, Andre, you have no idea how much these words meant to me or mean to me. I've done this shit with foreign women and American women. He said, I need a consultation with you. I just put my email for you, brother, in the comment section. I'll put it in there again. Make sure you email me this evening. He said, I have lost myself trying to save women. One of the things that I can say for us men, before we go back to the video, by nature, we're providers, protectors, problem solvers, and we are the penis. That's bad nature. That's for most of us men, no matter where you go around the world, you're going to find a guy that's a provider or problem solver, a protector, and he is a man, so he's got the penis. That's just who we are, right? We're very simple creatures. There are women that will take advantage of that because of who we are. There are women in Colombia that know they don't have to drug you. All they have to do is tap into your nature. You know how in the States, a pimp doesn't necessarily have to always smack around his women. All he got to do is get up in here and he can get a woman to sit for hours in cold weather, waiting for a trick. And you like, how is she doing all that? And she's giving all her money to the pimp because he gets up in here. He knows how to get up in here. That's what a lot of women do in these other countries to us. The term is called emotional prostitution. Emotional prostitution. Emotional prostitution is when a woman doesn't cater just to your physical needs. She caters to a side of you as a man that you're going to use your money for anyway. So instead of catering to your physical needs with your money, she caters to an emotional need that you have as a problem solver, provider, protector, in spite of the penis. Pay for play is mainly the penis and pleasure, right? Emotional prostitution is when these ladies know in DR, in Colombia, in other countries to use you as a trick by tapping into your yearning to be a provider, your yearning to be a protector, or your yearning to be a problem solver. We're that by nature. Whether we can provide or not, that's not the question. The desire to want to provide is there with most men. Whether we can protect or not, that's not the question. The desire to protect is there for most men. Whether we can problem solve or not, the desire, the yearning, the manhood, the masculine part of us will always yearn to be able to at least solve a problem. Just like with the penis, it's always our desire to have sexual desires fulfilled for most of us men. To spread our seed. Once we realize that we are being used for emotional prostitution, just as much as you're being used for physical prostitution, you guys will realize that you don't have to be used. Another tactic that they use is what Kevin Samuel said, the sign language. Are they using shame? Are they using insults? Are these women in other countries using need to be right? What are they using? Guilt. If you don't give her that few dollars, you feel a little guilty. I was raised by a single mama. If my mom was in that situation, she need $20. I would hope somebody would give my mama that $20. But here's the kicker. That woman in Colombia has got 7 of you giving her $20. See, your mom probably just had 1 or 2 people that she can get $20 from. Hey, Karen, what you doing, girl? I need $20 until next week. Your mom could only probably get $20 from Karen and maybe a few other people. These women tap into that. You don't want to feel guilty for not giving her that money because, you know, you was raised by a single mother too. And they can have 7 of y'all getting off the plane, if not 10, giving her an extra 200,000 pesos as a pay for play. And if you think I'm playing, that is one of the catalysts or the tools that they used over the last 5 years since COVID to raise the price of pay for play. The lady gave one price, you kept giving double the tip. In other words, she said 100,000 pesos. Here you go, giving her 200,000 or 300,000. So the price of pay for play started going up because you guys were giving these gigantic tips. That's what made it go up. It wasn't inflation in Colombia that made price go up. The inflation in DR. Soon as the pandemic ended, you guys had extra money because you was all in the house, and soon as you got a chance to get on a flight, you flew out to DR, and you were just throwing that extra tip money out because she told you she had a kid, and now you feel good about yourself when you think that you helping. See, when you're just doing it for you for pleasure, you're having sex, you might get the little girlfriend experience for the weekend, you throw a few dollars and you gone. That's giving you pleasure, but it's cool. They know if they tap into emotional prostitution, they can not only get paid for physical pleasure, you'll give a big tip because of the emotional or the feel-good feeling you get when you give her that extra 200,000 because she's got a kid. And you know, I was raised by a single mama, and I wish somebody would do that for my mama. And these women are playing on that fact that we as American men, 70 to 80% of us, especially Black, were raised by a single mama. And you compare your mama to a trick in DR who's playing on you because she's a mother. The term is called emotional prostitution. She's not tapping into your pleasures. She's tapping into your emotions. And one of the emotions is the feel-good emotion, and the other emotion is the fact that you can push away the guilt if you don't give her the money. That's why a lot of you guys are doing that. Because you keep thinking about your mama. If this was my mama, I wouldn't want somebody to have my mama out here. I know if this was my mom, and these women know that you think about your mama. And you can't differentiate for a millisecond. You can't differentiate the difference between your mama and a pay for play. And so you come out, and plus that money don't mean nothing to you. Why? It's only 100,000. It's only $50. $50. Extra 200,000. That's $50. Who's tripping on $50? It ain't tricking if you got it. It's only $50. Girl, take that 200,000 pesos, girl. Go and feed your kids. Go and feed your kids, girl. So you tap in the part that you're not a cheapskate. You tap into the part you help somebody as if you were helping your own mom. But here's the kicker. She got 7 to 10 of you dudes doing the exact same thing. And that's how the price of pay. One of the ways the price of pay for play went up. You guys over tipping. When I first came to Colombia, pay for play was 60,000 pesos. You know what that is? I mean, for the baddest chick, that's $15. 15 times 4, yeah, $15.
$15 for the baddest chick in Colombia. And then they discovered emotional prostitution. And as long as they could tap into your provider, problem solver, or protector side, they don't need to even focus as much on the penis anymore. They can give you fucked up sex. Remember when we first came to Colombia, the women had to dress beautifully and sexy and just be perfect. And when you went to DR back in the day in 2014, 15, 12, these females' bodies was tight, their clothes was beautiful, makeup just right. Now you compare the women in DR and Colombia pay for play. That's trash. Your finest pay for play in Colombia, in DR, in Brazil is trash today compared to prior to the pandemic. Trash. They don't dress the same. They don't smell the same. Females in DR look like they might as well be walking around barefoot, and y'all will buy them all day long. Colombian chicks in Parque Areas, that's trash compared to prior to. And us old heads will tell y'all, and y'all think right now y'all winning the game in the pay for play lottery in Cartagena, and we telling you them chicks that y'all see in Cartagena, them some raggedy looking ass bitches compared to prior to the pandemic. And we were only paying 60,000 pesos. But they realize now they don't have to make the money off the penis if they can make money off of you being a provider, protector, problem solver. They make their money off the big tip. They make their money off of making you feel guilty. That's why y'all be saying there are some women that she's a pseudo pay for play, meaning she's got a job, but I throw a few dollars when I come to town. Why? She tapped into your problem solving skills, your provider, and your protector. Emotional prostitution. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where these females can give y'all some of the laziest ass sex. Remember back in the day, hey, all you old heads, remember the back in the day when we had Hofax? Some of you new dudes don't know nothing about that. Remember back in the day when we first started doing the pay for play movement, and then dudes can go on WhatsApp and share, hey dog, I got one for y'all, man. Listen, I'm gonna give y'all her whole facts. She this, she that, she does this, she does that. You can give that whole facts. You can give her number or her Instagram, and you can share with all the other dudes and all the groups. And this woman would get all the clients, and that's how we hooked up females by word of mouth. If you want to look out for a female back in the day, you use word of mouth. Share her whole facts. She would be like, don't give me money, give me clients. I need clients. Until you new generation dudes came. And you start falling in love with pay for play. And they start giving you emotional prostitution. And they start tapping into your natural male desire to be a provider, problem solver, protector. They didn't have to work your penis like the ones back in our day did. They didn't have to give you the best sex. They don't have to get y'all sex. Dude, the women y'all be with, trash. I've seen so many YouTube videos where dudes will be fighting chicks in DR trying to get a refund. Trash. As long as y'all don't realize that y'all being emotionally pimped, y'all gonna always, all 10 of y'all, that each chick in DR or Colombia, wherever, Southeast Asia, is tricking on, they can always tap into your emotions. Some of y'all, they'll tap into your emotions by I tested her, Dre. I put 200,000 pesos on the table and I left it there for 3 days and she didn't take none of the money. So I gave her 150,000 pesos for being honest. I tested her, Dre. I left my computer on the table to see if she would take it, and she didn't, dog. I tested her, Dre. I left my passport on the table, and she didn't. Man, I'm gonna go and throw her a few dollars. She's a good one. She's a keeper. Did you not realize I just said 10 dudes that she ran that same game on? I did just say 7 to 10 dudes, right? She already know what the other chick got caught up when she took the computer. She already know about the other chick that got caught up when she tried to cuff a dude's passport. She already know about what happened with the other chicks that got caught up that took some of the 300,000 pesos. So she know, leave it on the table. This dumbass American is going to tap into his problem solver, provider, and protector mode and give me some of that money anyway. And it never fails. And you guys be coming on WhatsApp thinking y'all bragging about some shit. Yeah, man, I got one, man. She ain't stole nothing from me, man. Every time I come to town, I throw her some money because she's a real one. Dude, she playing you with emotional prostitution. And she got 10 of you ignorant motherfuckers getting off the plane. Each time, each month, it's 10 of y'all that think y'all got y'all goodie and you coming out that money and she ain't got to lay down with you motherfuckers ever again. And y'all will still come out that money. Because she's a baby mama. And my mama was a baby mama. And I wouldn't want nobody to leave my mama out there like that. Y'all keep on listening to these YouTubers lying to y'all. Y'all keep on listening to these brothers, man. Nobody's out there telling y'all the truth, man. That's the part that probably pisses me off the most. I always got to look like the asshole. Always got to look like the asshole. Everybody, every other YouTuber, y'all be cheering with, oh, wow, he's the best. He is the best. Me, I'm always a fucking bad guy, the asshole YouTuber. Fuck Andre. I'm always the one that everybody got some bullshit. Y'all like to laugh and have fun with Richie Mack and Flyboy Way. And I love them brothers. Don't get me wrong. But ain't nobody really telling you the real fucking truth about what men are going through when it comes to dealing with these women in other countries. They just telling you about all the fun and cute. She cute. Look, is she pretty? Ain't she pretty? And that shit is cool. That is needed. That part is needed. But we also need the other side. Tell me the fucking truth. I'm tired of watching YouTubers that's making it seem like it's so Shangri-La in other countries. And then when I get over there and I got, all it took was for one of you dudes to tell me the freaking truth, and I probably wouldn't have gotten got in Cali or Cartagena or Medellin. If one of you motherfuckers would have kept telling me about party all the time and told me the fucking truth. And then here I come, me and Andrea tell y'all the truth. Everybody look at us like we assholes. But I'm gonna keep on telling the truth. You can believe that one. I'm gonna keep on telling the truth. Let's get back to the video. This is a deep one. This one right here. This is a deep one. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, gentlemen. Shout out to Canadian Brother TV in the building, man. Shout out to you, man. Let me move out the way. I'll go right here. Mother kidnaps children, lied to their dad, and said was dead for 5 years.
Hello, Dad.
Hey. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, son. It's all right. I love you. I'm glad I got to talk to you. It's really nice to hear your voice. You still growing up, and it's been a long time.
Why did we leave? Like, why did Mom take us?
I really don't know. That's something that I try to figure out for a long time. I mean, you know, I did the best I could, and I tried to provide for everything I could for you guys. And I guess she just had a change of heart, you know. She didn't want to be with me no more. What happened was one day I went back and she was gone. You guys were gone. The furniture was gone. Everything was gone. I have no idea why she did what she did. I couldn't find you. I was looking.
He said he came home, kids gone, the furniture gone. He said he was looking for his family.
For you, I didn't know where you guys were at. I tried and I looked on Facebook. I couldn't find nobody. I couldn't find you guys. I get a phone call telling me it's you guys but they said I couldn't have any contact with you, and like no one gave me any kind of information. I asked if I could call and talk.
Do you know how your dad passed away?
Yes,
How did he die?
an overdose.
And when did you first learn that?
This past week,
What were you told how he died before?
that someone came in and robbed him and killed him.
And who told you that?
My mom.
Had she ever told you the truth as to how your dad died?
No.
How'd you learn about that then?
The internet.
Single mom if she has an excellent baby father, because good baby daddies who take care of their kids always have a place inside their baby mama's bedrooms, just off the strength that he's a good man and the mother is most likely the one who ruined the relationship. Additionally, the kids will never be loyal to you. Never date a single mom if she has a waist trainer with no gym membership. This means she is lazy. If she wear her ponytail high on the top of her head, this means she is controlling. If she has on Gucci but her kids' sneakers are pro kids, this means she is selfish. If she has more than one baby father, this means she is reckless. If she wears oversized flip-flops, this means she will steal your belongings. If her bonnet has hanging threads, this means she's a hoarder. If her eyelashes are longer than 8 millimeters, this means she's very loose. If she has cooking grease on the burners of the stove, she's careless. So, stay away from women who are lazy, controlling, selfish, reckless, thieves, hoarders, loose, and careless. See you on the next.
He said it, I didn't. Pay attention, fellas.
Mr. Monzel, in your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any sexual contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said there was no deception.
Yes, thank God.
How does that feel for you? And that your daughters know it.
Well, I felt they always did know it.
You felt they always did know it. And didn't speak it because?
They didn't know no better. They wasn't told no different.
Miss Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monzel? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. Then he asked you, did you say something to the effect of, I'm going to make sure you're never happy again? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. So Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you touching your children in a sexual way was not true. So, Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you didn't do it?
And what is it that he could have said that would have made you not believe the lie you were telling? Miss Yvonne, you told the lie. It was a lie, and you told it. And you gotta own it.
I'm sorry. I need you to say that you did not rape your girls. I need to hear it come out your mouth the way I've always heard it, Ma.
I apologize for accusing you of raping them. Please forgive me.
You don't have to forgive her. You don't have to.
I cannot accept your apology because it's not sincere. Deep down, I know that you didn't believe that. You knew I had no sexual desires for my children. For 25 years, this thing has broken me. You don't know. It has affected my life in ways I can't even count. The things that you did. This is not no game. This is these children's lives. And it's just a demon in you that you need to deal with.
She was what we call a streetwalker.
That's not true.
Oh, it was true. I'm gonna tell you the truth, because her what they call her pimp or her manager was my cousin. Wow. When I met Janita, that's how I met her, through my cousin. She would be dressed all kind of ways on the street. So, one point in time, I wanted to release her from that world.
I don't believe that she was on the streets telling her body, doing all this.
What is your mom telling you then?
My mom is telling me that him used to hump like jackrabbits.
We only laid together twice.
You don't take one time. You can't say it. You can't base something. You can't base it off of time.
Now, in life, yes, it only takes one time. But when your lifestyle is more than one time with more than different people, you don't know who lifestyle or who time it is.
Don't talk about Mother Lady.
Well, that's the whole reason why we're here.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason why your mom is lying to you. See, it's not me talking about your mom in front of you. It's the reason your mama lied to you for all these years and didn't tell you the truth.
I believe you, my father. I know you're my father. My mama and my grandma would not lie.
Again, your grandmother was one of the biggest liars. God rest her soul. I like her.
My grandma.
She lied. I've never been to your grandma's house.
We got the same nose, same lips, same ears, same eyebrows, same eyes.
We can have the same booty, the same chest. We can have the same fingernails. They supposed to
I need a father. I need you.
Well, what you need is the truth.
So point blank, do you believe this is your son?
No.
You don't believe this is your son?
No.
You don't?
No.
We have a ping alert.
Yeah, we used to be in a relationship, and he did to the father, and I know that's his father.
So she's just confirming that she wanted us to know that you are the father. Okay.
Kid's not your father.
I'm sorry.
Now you got two black men sitting up there destroyed by the lie of a baby mother. And y'all want to go to DR and wife up baby mamas. Y'all want to go to Colombia and boo up baby mamas. Y'all think this just happening in the States? I talk to my wife and I ask her, dude, before I do these videos, I talk to Andrea all the time. Does this happen here? Does that happen here? And she'll give me a breakdown and a rundown and then show me some videos of the exact same thing happening here in Colombia. So don't think that you about to escape. You ain't gonna outrun these demons, dog. The same demon that's running in and out of these baby mamas in the States are the same demonic legions that's running in through women in other countries. Y'all gonna have to come to a conclusion with that one. Them same demons.
I'm sorry.
This young man found out that his mama is pay for play
For all y'all like to boo up pay for play, make your pay for play your main one. This young man, okay. Do y'all really think these women in DR are telling these kids that they're pay for play? You think that woman in DR that you like to boo up with every time you come to town, you think her 20-something-year-old son, she telling him that she used to go to Sasua selling that pussy? You telling me that Brazilian baby mama that you met through pay for play, she gonna tell her kids that you met her selling her pussy. So you gonna come to Colombia and your dumb ass believe that one day that chick that you married, she shouldn't tell the kids that y'all met while she was sucking 20 other niggas' dick that particular day as pay for play. Y'all funny, bruh.
Based a lot of the blame on black men with single mothers who raised them to be, they were bitter because they were alone and they raised some really, really F boys, period. I've dated a lot of boys who just were raised by their mom, and just the disrespect that their mother has allowed them to treat women with is just outstanding. You're raising a man, but you don't raise him to respect the woman that he has or is with. And you promote the type of, the cheating and the lying and all the type of things that they do. You cover up for them. You think it's cool. You don't ever, he never learns that this is wrong. And they've done that because they've used the men as their own husbands. They've raised their sons as their husbands.
Well, also, you have to understand, what is that child seeing? What male did he see treat his mother like that?
But
Not
some
so
they
much,
didn't even see.
Absolutely.
Some didn't even see a man treat their mother anyway. She's just, because I know I have, and this is what I'm saying, because I have a lot, my friend base is primarily male. So I've seen a lot of women literally not have men. Their children were their men. They didn't have dudes or whatever. They raise their sons, and then they treat women so disrespectfully because it's almost like you're jealous of him having anyone, so you allow him to dog chicks out.
I mean, I feel that once they're at a certain age, whether or not you tell them yay or nay, they're going to do what they want to do. Granted, as a mother, I would hope that my influence on my son is strong enough to the point where he would know how to respect women, because I believe teaching them how to be chivalrous and also having men in their life strategically placed to help make them into a man helps them.
I'm gonna go back to where she is, that young lady that's talking. Let me let her finish.
I don't think it's fair to fault the mother in the event that he does not do everything straight.
This young lady is delusional. And I'll tell you why. The other young lady with the braids were saying, listen, these mothers are raising bad sons that are making that make bad boyfriends and husbands. This lady right here says, well, I hope that I've set an example enough to where my son is not like that. What she's not realizing is most men that grow up to be fuckboys, many of us, plural, we grew up being fuck boys from our mamas fucking with fuck boys. I don't care what my mama's, I didn't do. I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all want to be honest? I could care less about what my mama had to say about opening up doors. Cool. I didn't care about what my mama had to say about saying yes ma'am, no ma'am. Cool. What I caught my mama doing that allowed me to be a fuck boy. I caught her only fucking with fuck boys when my mom was 26, 29, 32. And I ain't the only one. Your mama taught you how to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, opening up doors, flowers, cars, and candy. But when you watch your mama like I watched my mama, your single mama was just like mine. Y'all always trying to act like my mom was the only one out there. A lot of the dudes that my mom was dating was 26-year-old fuck boys when she was 24. 29-year-old fuck boys when she was 27. 33-year-old fuck boys when she was 31. She taught me that fuck boys get the women because she was one of the women that the fuck boys was getting. So yes, all the other stuff that our mothers taught us, be cordial, be nice, dress well, smell good, all that was good. But the actions that a lot of our single mothers showed us, even if your daddy, let's say your mama stayed with your daddy, and she was always mad because your daddy was cheating. Or your daddy was out there hanging out with his boys. Let's say he wasn't no cheater. Let's say dad was just hanging out with his boys on the weekend, and he was just a dude that he was a weekend drunk, like we used to call it back in the day, just a dude that all week he's sober. Weekend, he is drunk and having fun. Your mama taught you that it's okay to be with a man for years. As long as he take care of home, he can act a goddamn fool on the weekends. So your daddy may not have been a fuck boy, but your daddy, and he was always with mom. But some of the things that dad taught mom, and mom stayed for that shit, mom showed me and showed you, shit, I can drink all weekend. Why? Because the dudes that drink all weekend get the women to stay with them for life. They stay for life. Why? My mama did it. And she stayed for life. My auntie did it. She stayed for life. Grandma did it. She stayed for life. Granddaddy wasn't shit. And grandmama stayed with granddaddy all the way to the end, as long as he paid bills. So they showed me, as long as I pay bills, I'm good. And that's what the one young lady is saying. She's out here with the braids. She's like, listen, I'm out here in this dating world, and I run across too many single mothers that are sending out fuck boys out here that have all the charm and the cordialness. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, flowers, cards, candy, open up the doors. But they're fuck boys. And the truth of the matter was, mom was showing him that she tolerated fuck boys. So why not become a fuck boy? The number one woman I see allow fuck boys in and out of the house was mom. But you know, y'all mamas bake milk and cookies. It was Joan Cleaver on Leave the Beaver, and y'all mom wore dresses like she was in the 1950s. I'm just talking about my mom. My mom was the only one with some issues, not y'all mom. My bad.
By the book in the way that you may deem to be right, good, and acceptable. I just don't.
I don't mean by any book. I just mean having respect for women, for human beings.
Here's how I describe it. It's as if my alienating parent was an onion and the layers were falling off for periods of years, probably 5 years, maybe longer. The layers were falling off, and I was learning more and more about the true person inside. But the parental alienation part, it was a very sudden realization for me. It was super traumatic, kind of happened all at once. I did reach out to my dad. We spoke, and there was never a protracted period of reconnection and withdrawal for me. In my case, it has been reconnection, kind of like I never want to lose this relationship again. I will do anything to keep this relationship moving forward and rebuilding what we lost. But you know, my dad has really welcomed me back. He hasn't held my actions over the years against me. He doesn't even hold any resentment towards me. And he does actively want a relationship with me, my husband, my kids, my family. So he's made it really easy for me to want to work for a relationship together. That's what I've always wanted. I just didn't think it was possible until I discovered parental alienation.
A random funeral, a random moment in time. This cosmic collision of humans having a conversation at a funeral. Now they're looking at Rick, they're looking at his ears, they're looking at his eyes, looking at his hands, they're looking at his height. And so the rumor mill kind of starts to happen in the church, and then it gets the ears of Deborah. Deborah hears about that there's a man that could be Kirk Franklin's dad. Deborah finds my number, leaves a message.
First saved message. If you would like to talk to me about the rumor that is floating around out there, call back. Just remember, as I told you once, I will not lie to you about anything.
Now, this is Kirk Franklin's biological mom talking.
This message, delete, resave.
Mr. Rick, on his own, he gets a DNA test, swabs himself, gives those swabs to my good childhood friend Melody, and says, hey, everybody's running their mouth. If Kirk wants to know if there's any truth to this or any possibility, he can take these swabs and do whatever he wants to do with them, because Mr. Rick doesn't know. He's just responding to the rumors.
And we are very excited to talk with gospel superstar Kirk Franklin and the love of his life, Tammy.
Throughout my career, because I have publicly talked about being adopted, I have had many years of men and women coming out of the woodwork saying that they're my dad. So it wasn't new to me. What was new for me is how close it was to somebody that I knew. So I go get my swabs done, and a couple of weeks later, I get a call from my doctor.
Hey.
Hey, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, so let me give you these results and not beat around the bush.
2023. How long we all been knowing about Kirk Franklin? Man, I was listening to Kirk Franklin, man, when I was in prison in 90s. Dude, I've been following Kirk Franklin when he was the choir director with Mississippi Mass Choir back in 94, 95. No, not Mississippi Mass Choir, the Georgia Mass Choir. That's how long Kirk been in the game. 94, 95 with the Georgia Mass Choir. (2023) and y'all love baby mamas. Well, all not me. All baby mamas not like that. You go ahead and gamble like that. Not everybody gonna get AIDS, but you go ahead and gamble out there like that. This is sad.
It says the results are probable paternity 99.99999%.
Percent what?
Yes, he's your father. Right there.
What?
Yes, sir.
What?
But I think when you date a woman with kids, it's like forced polyamory, it's forced polygamy, because now you even have another man in your life that can dictate emotions and dictate policy with that woman. So for example, let's say me and this woman, we're going to get ready to go to Hawaii. and me and her gonna pack our bags, and then her baby daddy call and say, hey, I'm not watching so-and-so, or I'm not gonna do this, or something happened. That man can change the direction of a trip. He can change the direction of her mood. There's times where I've seen it where, oh, I just got off the phone with my baby daddy, I'm upset. Like, he can change things in your household. You could be talking about another man on a Friday night instead of you talking about what you guys are gonna get ready to do. So this person, like it or not, cool, we co-parent well, we don't co-parent well, still has access to your woman in certain ways. That's like, can you tolerate that? And a lot of women say, this man don't have access to me, we just co-parent. Yes, he does. He's going to be an active role. He's in the movie, he's in the show, he's a starring cast member until 20 years old, 21 years old. Can you handle that? Can your ego handle that?
Okay, let me ask you this. How are your kids going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that. I would never. Because you would never ask me how my kids would be an asset to you.
A healthy amount of humbleness is appropriate for everyone. But the need that you have.
Now you're about to hear from dudes that think y'all should be with baby mamas. That man asked a genuine question, and I looked up some of the answers. How is it that your child would benefit me? So I asked ChatGPT, what are some of the ways, give me 10 ways, and I don't have them all memorized, that a child benefits the parent? First thing ChatGPT says was this: the lineage, your DNA from your family that's maybe hundreds or thousands of years old will continue on and won't end with you because of lineage. Second thing that benefits a parent that has their own kid: motivation. Statistics show that people who have parents and are good, people who are good parents are often motivated to acquire more finances, to go after a raise, a promotion, than if they would have if they didn't have the kids. Opportunity for family development was number 3. Meaning that as your kids grow older, they go from just being your children to you having a relationship of 2 adults or 3 adults or 4 adults in the family. So sometimes your friends, your some of your closest allies can be your kids. And there were others. So when the guy said, how is it that your kids will be able to do for me what biological children can do for me? And she said that was foolishness. Science says that's not true. There are benefits that parents get when they have their kids. And when you have stepkids, you got that mess. And now you're going to listen to these guys co-sign women's behavior, and they try to guilt trip you like the dude that's about to talk into being a stepfather.
The urge you have to humble women is the issue. We should bring back shame. Absolutely. But the urge, the need that you have, the burning desire that you have to shame women is the issue. And it's taking over all up in here. That prefrontal cortex, all of it, midbrain, all of it, gone, fried. We're not asking this in real life, are we? We're not sitting down on dates with women and asking them, how can your kids be an asset to me? What are they, property? 3/5 a person? Sounds familiar, don't it? Also, we're not asking, what do you bring to the table? Are we? That's another one of them dumbass questions. We're not asking that in real life, are we? Y'all, I fear when it comes to bringing back the family as a cornerstone for the Black community, Open up the foil, butter knife, small incision, small squeeze to spread, pause, pat of butter, salt, pepper, garlic, chives, sour cream. Get the fork ready, because we're cooked.
Real men don't marry single moms. How do y'all feel about that statement? Like, seriously, because I have over 100 men in my comments right now claiming that real men do not marry single moms, and I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of that, all right? Because the reality is that if that's your definition of a real man, that he doesn't marry a single mom because they have a child, then either you need to change your definition or I do not give a crap about being a real man. That's all there is to it. Some of the strongest families that I've ever seen were actually built when somebody stepped in and then stepped up. All right, they didn't realize, oh, I can't handle this situation, I'm not strong enough, and run away. Instead, they stayed and they worked through it.
Wait a minute, how come I'm called a runaway when I stay away from baby mamas, but the baby father, there is no shame for them dudes? Why isn't she with the baby's father? Why am I being shamed? Why are we being shamed as men for not wanting to step into some mess? We're running away. You know what? If that's what you want to call it, dude, have fun at it.
And they have some of the best families that I've seen. Loving and marrying a single mom isn't a weakness, bro. All right. In my opinion, loving a single mom is a sign of character. It's a sign of commitment. It's a sign of maturity. It's a sign of something that a real man does. But bro, if you want to hold the view that marrying a single mom or loving a single mom makes you not a real man, you're absolutely entitled to have that perspective. But I want to give you my perspective real quick before we bail. And my perspective is simple. I'm not going to tell you where you can find a real man or where you can find an example of a real man. I'm just going to start you out by telling you where you cannot find a real man. And it's going to be the one looking back at you in the mirror every morning when you're shaving, because there ain't one there. That's just my personal opinion on it. So dudes, hit me up in the comments, blow me up saying I ain't a real man, whatever. I don't care. Your definition is weak, period. End of story.
No reason to date a single mom. Not when there are millions of young single women out there, beautiful young single women that have not yet screwed up their life like a single mom has.
Bro, if you were dating a single mom and she broke your heart, say that. Make a post about her, right? Don't throw everybody under the bus because you got your heart broken. And to really have it in your head that single moms are somehow less than, dog, you are talking about a woman who is completely independent, plays mom, plays dad, raises kids, keeps her sanity. There is nothing more you could ever want out of a woman than you would get out of a single mother. You don't understand the strength it takes to maintain all that and still be beautiful and still do all these.
You ever notice these dudes that's talking are ringless? You ever notice that these dudes that's talking ain't married to none of the women that they're telling you to marry? Ain't a ring in sight on neither one of these dudes that we've been watching.
Things and to think they're easy, you don't know. You mess with the wrong single mom, dude. Do better. Do better.
There's one thing I learned about the Cooley situation, him dating a single mother while being a high-value man who would never waste his time with a single mother, is that a lot of y'all on here hating the same women that you want. That's crazy. There's a little validity to the shit that these women be saying. Like, I remember the post.
Let's make a clarification. They never hated these women. Ever. They always wanted those women. They just want those women to lower their expectations so that they're able to enter their lives. That's all it is. They want a lot of these single moms who, when they were single, childless, and out here in their prime, would never give them a day at all. At all. Right? Now that she has kids, he wants her to feel as if, you know what I'm saying, what she can expect or what she wants or what she desires, she should let those things go or lessen that value so that he can walk in as a, you know, shiny white armor of a knight to save her. Let's just be honest about this, right? There's a lot of dudes out here who actively are dating a woman that they could have never dated or been with if she was single with no kids. Period. There's a lot of dudes right now who are stepdads happily because they got the girl they always wanted, but they got her.
They got her after she had some kids, and now she wanted his step ass. I'm gonna say this. A lot of the women, dude, in these countries that want y'all, he's correct. He's correct. A lot of the women
in these countries before they got pregnant was slinging so much coochie to Pookie and Ray Ray and Man Man. They didn't want us. They wanted Pookie, and you ain't Pookie. They wanted Ray Ray. You ain't Ray Ray. They wanted Man Man, and you ain't Man Man. Then they got pregnant. Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man don't know a damn thing about stability, responsibility. And now they're looking at you because when they were out there with Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man, you were the epitome of responsibility and stability. But at that time period, she didn't want responsibility or stability. So you're right, brother. They didn't want us. They wanted Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man. Now they want us to make up what's missing in Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man. And we're saying to her, hell no. I wanted you pre-child, not post-child. I remember back in the day, before we end the video, got a little bit left. Right, I'm not Tuggo or Thuggo. I remember back in the day, man, when the crack epidemic first hit Detroit, right? Maybe some of you guys can relate to this story in y'all neighborhoods. Remember the chick when crack first hit the community? And it was some bad chicks in your school or in your college or in your neighborhood, and they was fine. And you wanted that coochie, man, and she just would not come out that coochie. But Ray Ray on the football team, Nook, and Keith and them could get that coochie all day long. You like, okay, cool. You know, I ain't your cup of tea, cool. But you went on ahead, focused on your books, did what you needed. Crack hit, boom. She still had a little bit of looks, but you didn't know that she was smoking crack. All of a sudden, she in your face. Because what she couldn't get from Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man on a football and basketball team, because they ain't got no money. But you were always focused on it. You had a little something in your pocket. You had a part-time job or something. Now she want to be up under you. And then you find out that this bitch is a crackhead. In other words, she's not the same woman that she was when you wanted her. She's not the same person. If she didn't have no kids, she wouldn't even want you. You're right. I'm gonna say this again. Don't you guys feel bad when these dudes try to tell you if she ain't had no kids, she won't want you? She wouldn't. She would want Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man. Go, okay. Talk to her baby father. Tell me he ain't Ray Ray. Talk to her baby father. Tell me that ain't Man Man. Go and talk to her baby father. Tell me that ain't a Pookie, Keith Nim. Most of them got babies by Keith Nim, Pookie, Ray Ray, Man Man. The hell they didn't want us. They wanted hood niggas. So we're not feeling bad. Don't you ain't making us feel bad because they didn't want us. We saw what they wanted. And we stayed the course. That's why it ain't a bunch of us with a bunch of kids out there. That's why is baby mamas in the States got 2 or 3 baby daddies. Many of us ain't like that. Many black men in the United States, we ain't got a bunch of kids running around like that. Many black men in the United States ain't even got no damn kids. Because we stayed the course. So I don't feel bad because they didn't want me. No, they wanted Man Man, Ray Ray, and Pookie knucklehead asses. I'm not mad at them. But guess who they can't get to come rescue them? Tell they ass, you know what? I would tell dudes like this, tell they ass keep that same energy. That same energy of wanting Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man. Before you came a baby mama,
I need you, now that you are a baby mama, keep your ass out there with Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man. Don't be in my face talking about some hey big head, because you done saw me graduate Theo's classes. Keep that same energy. You like Pookie, you like the pants sagging down, keep your ass right. Black and Miles, go on, take your ass over there to the Black and Mile crew. Don't come up in my face, because when I tell you no, well, I wouldn't be with you anyway. Cool, baby. I know you wouldn't. I ain't your cup of tea. Whoever you would fuck with, you call that motherfucker. How come y'all ain't calling Pookie? How come y'all ain't going down to the jails and hang out with them dudes in jail like y'all used to? Now that y'all parents. Fuck out of here. 52% of black men in America don't even have kids. Thank you, brother from down under. Let's continue on, gentlemen. That was not a flex. If he thought that was a flex, shit. Hell no, they didn't want me. They wanted Pookie, Ray Ray, and Man Man.
And you know what I'm saying, to either lessen her value or she felt like as if this is the best I could do. That's just all it is at the end of the day. All right, there are some single moms out here that are in situations that I think men will gladly walk into because she brings so much value to their lives, right? And then there's certain situations you shouldn't even look at that as an option. But these type of dudes, especially Cooley are those type of dudes who are basically opportunistic individuals that you wanted somebody, but you know you can't get her at full price. You got to wait until the price goes down on clearance for you to be able to take her. And that's usually when she's a single mom. And
he didn't even realize what he said. He basically said that there was once upon a time this woman was full price. And he basically said that this woman will go down on clearance. So he acknowledged that these women are not what they were before, but they want you to treat them like they were before. They want you to spoil them and treat you and court them as if they don't have any kids. This nigga's crazy.
Even then, at single price, she might still be wanting a premium payment. And at some point, you are trying to chip at that glass until it can go down to a price that you can afford.
No, don't want it.
I said it. If you get upset, that's your problem.
Big boy, ain't nobody upset.
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of you guys are being stepdad to women that would have never given you a day a chance. And she's actively waiting for you to mess up so she can run back to her baby daddy if you want to keep it 100% honest.
A girlfriend. We already know that, and that's why we don't fuck with them at all. In one breath, he said stepmoms is a benefit, didn't he? And now he wants to end it. Girlfriend wants to end it. Big girlfriend, my bad, wants to end it by saying that she really wants to be back with her baby father, which we've been saying for the longest. Kevin Samuels and all the rest of us. Why aren't you with your baby father, the man who you really want to be with? Take your ass back there. My man, brother from down under said, he said, I've been in cryptocurrency for 5 years. He said, I've got millions and billions of dollars on the line. I can't mess up. He said, I can't mess with a ready-made family and fuck up my bag. Hell to the no, to the no. Hell to the no. That's serious, man. Shout out to them Tar Heels in the building, late night tonight. What are you doing up, man? Showing the $5 love. He say, salute, Andre. You're doing God's work. Support the show, brothers. Support the show, brothers. Appreciate you guys. If I haven't hit the cash apps and the super chats tonight, that's just because my phone died. That's the only reason I hadn't said anything about the cash app and super chats. Shout out to you guys. And the cash apps and the PayPal. Shout out to you guys that donate to Cash App and the PayPal as well. let's continue on with the last bit of this video.
Why are you a simp? Because you took care of an.
Like what? I don't like that.
I don't like it either, but I also wouldn't do it.
I mean, I feel like I agree.
You're an ass.
I ain't gonna lie, I agree. You a simp. You a simp if you take.
Why?
Why?
Because you can
That could
really
be your
go.
soulmate all along, but she just
She wasn't my soulmate.
3,
She
4
just
different
didn't
people.
kill her
It's
kid.
three souls inside her right now. Them
My man said 3 souls inside her right now.
souls is forever.
For sure.
She a haunted
For sure.
house.
For sure.
Nah, I mean,
A man called her a haunted house.
I mean, I would never talk down to nobody about it, but my personal opinion, you a simp because you can go find one that ain't got kids and make some kids.
Most definitely.
You don't need them. You don't need the girl kids.
For sure.
Was she married and had 3 kids?
You don't need the
Or
girl
did she
kids.
have 3 baby daddies? That's different.
Why? Why
can't
you need that girl
If
kids?
she was married with 3
Because-
kids, then she was a wife. So then that's different.
Right, she probably
But
know
if
how to
she
do
just got
everything
baby daddy,
that girl
baby daddy,
that
baby
you
daddy,
love
yeah.
don't know how to do, but she know how to do that with no problem. She might just make your heart beat.
I mean,
you feel me? Like then
Here's the part. If you do what you're supposed to do and not deal with baby mamas, you ain't got to worry about if she make your heart beat. I'm not gonna be around people to assume if they're gonna make my heart beat or not. I'm gonna automatically assume all baby mamas can't make my heart beat. Sorry. I can't miss what I don't know. You can't miss what you don't know. I'm happily married right now, right? All the baby mamas in Colombia, I could have got with, right? Here, there. I don't miss baby mamas. Why? I wasn't around them to miss them. You see where I'm going with that? You dudes that don't deal with baby mamas, you can't miss something that you don't deal with. That's like saying to me, Andre, do you miss smoking cigarettes? No, I never smoked a cigarette before. You don't miss what you don't know. You see how stupid people sound? That could be your soulmate. How the fuck is a woman having a child? God told me to be fruitful and multiply. How the fuck am I supposed to be fruitful and multiply with another man's woman that was fruitful and multiplied for him? How? Man, they try to get y'all in some shit that they would notice. This young man's not married, and none of the dudes that's been talking all this over the last 5 minutes, none of these dudes are married. Thank you, Cortez.
What they say, to each his own.
you feel me? I just feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like that's a real man to step up to a plate and handle somebody else's business. That
How stupid does that sound? You are a real man to step up to the plate to handle somebody else's business. Okay. Okay. In what area of life does that work? Hey. Canadian bro. You a real man if you go into work tomorrow for another man. That man don't need to go into work tomorrow. A Canadian brother, if you a real man, you will go to work for one of your co-workers, dog. I know you tired, but if you was a real man, you will go to work for another man. Oh. Cortez. If you was a real man, you go ahead and put a new roof on your neighbor's house that don't even need a roof. If you was a real man, go on across the street, put a roof on that man's house. Cortez, stop playing. You ain't no real man. Do the job for another man. That man need his lawn. I know he got his own lawnmower. Go on do his lawn, Cortez. Be a real man. A real man do another man's lawn. Hey, Captain. If you was a real man, you'd be paying another man's taxes. Why should that brother have to pay his own taxes, dog? That's some bullshit. See, Captain, you ain't no real man. Captain Mark, you ain't no real man. Real man will pay another man's taxes. If you was a real man. You see how stupid that sound in real life? There is no part of life that exists that allows a man not to take care of his own responsibilities. In every area of life, you're expected to pay your own taxes. If something going on with your roof or your lawn, you're expected to take care of your own roof and your own lawn. In every area of life, that doesn't fly. Why is it supposed to fly when it comes to take care of another man's kids? Why is it supposed to fly? Are you supposed to teach your kids, hey son, when you get done with your homework, I need you to go across the street and do your best friend's homework for him? Huh, Dad? Boy, I'm gonna teach you. I know your best friend ain't finished his homework yet. You go ahead and finish his homework for him, son. I'm teaching you how to finish off another man's life. What? So sending your son to complete another child's homework sounds stupid. It sounds asinine, doesn't it? Doesn't make any sense. To see a man over there painting his house and tell that man, hey dog, come down from that ladder. Come on down, man. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and finish painting your house, dog. Because a real man paints another man's house for him. And I'm a real man. I'm gonna paint the rest of your house for you as a real man. That shit sounds stupid as hell, don't it? Name the area of life that it makes sense. None. Everything I just said sounds stupid, confusion, don't make no sense. Ain't got nothing to do with this, right? Then why does it make sense in the area of y'all taking care of somebody else's kids and another man's kids at that? If it don't make no sense in nowhere area of life, no animal on the planet is doing this shit. When the last time you saw an eagle taking care of a falcon's kids? When the last time you saw a bear taking care of puppies? Every once in a while on social media, you see like a tiger raising a little baby lion, but we talk about normally. That bullshit that they're trying to convince us to do has not worked in any area of life. That's like telling an electrician, hey dog, I know I'm an electrician, but all you plumbers, y'all can go home, man. I'm gonna go ahead and do the rest of this plumbing for y'all, because a real man, even though I'm an electrician, I'm gonna go and do all the pipe laying and I'm gonna do all the plumbing for this building for the rest of the day. Y'all ain't got to do shit because I'm a real man. So stepping in somebody else's business don't work when it comes to putting up a building. If you're an electrician, your ass supposed to be working on the wiring. You ain't no damn plumber. None of that makes sense. But all you dudes that want to be stepdaddies in these other countries, you try to defy life as if taking care of kids is the only area that shit makes sense. None of it. I sound like a stupid ass just saying all these analogies. I believe a real man. Negro, please.
need them. You don't need the girl kids. For sure.
Was she married and had 3 kids?
You don't need the
or
girl
did she
kids.
have 3 baby daddies? That's different.
Why? Why you need that girl kids?
If she was married with 3 kids, then she was a wife. That's different.
Right, she probably
But
know how
if
to
she
do
just got
everything
baby daddy,
that girl
baby daddy,
that
baby
you
daddy.
love
Yeah.
don't know how to do, but she know how to do that with no problem. She might just make your heart beat.
I mean,
You feel me? Like, then
hey,
what?
What they say, to each his own.
You feel me? I just feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like that's a real man to step up to a plate and handle somebody else's business that left behind. You feel what I'm saying? Because what real man want to leave their kids
That's a fact.
with another nigga? You feel me?
I'm in my motherfucking prime. What makes you think I want to settle down with a woman with hella kids? Why would I do that? I'm in my prime now. I'm out here. You know what I mean? I'm a catch. Let's get this shit corrected. I'm a catch. Why the fuck would I settle down with a woman with hella kids? That's what be bothering me. They really expect me to bow down and settle down and what the fuck? I'm supposed to be stepdaddy? I'm supposed to trade in my life to be a stepdad? Come on, let's be serious. You got multiple kids. You shouldn't be looking for a relationship. If a relationship falls in your lap, then thank God. Be happy. Be grateful. But don't be looking for a relationship. Don't be trying to force a relationship on a man. There's nobody that's going to trade in their life to be a stepdad out of thin air. Let that man ease in there. Let that man get some pussy first. Let him see. Let me get a sample of what's going on. Like, let me, you know what I'm saying? See what the crib feel like. You know what I'm saying? You gotta see what's going on. But don't try to just, I'm looking for love. I'm looking for a relationship. Hold on, but you're moving too fast. Slow down. Slow down.
Single mothers are recreational use only. You don't marry those women. That's a bad move for you as a man.
Why? Because of the baggage? Because of the kids? Because of the just...
There's far too much risk. Well, we already know that marriage is terrible for men in general. You get marrying a single mother, now you're bringing kids into the equation that you're going to have to provide and protect for that aren't your own seed. And if that woman breaks up with you, now you're going to get hit with a double whammy of you lose her and the kids that you built an attachment with.
Is that the biggest L you can take?
Marrying a single mom is very bad.
These are 5 possible disadvantages of dating or marrying a single mother. I compiled this after consulting with men in these same situations. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, it's your business what to do with your life. But it is my job to bring to your awareness why being with a single mother is a thankless job in most cases. I think there are some exceptions, so please drop them in the comment section if your case was different. Now, 5 possible disadvantages of dating or marrying a single mother. Number 1, you will never be a priority in her life. Her children will always come first before you, and you cannot blame her. They are children. They were in her life before you came in. So her child will always come first before you. Imagine if she has 2 to 3 children. Just forget about being a priority and be prepared to get the crumbs of her attention, affection and care after her kids get the best. Then you get the rest. Even when you marry a single woman without children, once you guys have a child together, I mean your own child though, you're still going to stop being the utmost priority of your wife almost immediately she gives birth. So please do what you want with this information. Now, number 2 reason, you will probably never have full authority over her children or over her child. If they constantly misbehave and you consistently reprove them, she might think you hate her child or her children. And if that child gets to know that you are not their biological father, or they see their mother scolding you for reproving them, guess what? You have lost all respect in that child's eye, and the disrespect from that child will multiply. Now, number 3, you have to do more to make her child or children love you. Your biological child knows that you guys have a genetic connection and they will love you almost unconditionally and naturally. But the child that is not yours can choose whether or not to love you. And you have to go above and beyond to prove that you love and care for that child. And that includes your finances, my brother. You have to spend more. Now, number 4, she might not trust men. If she was not widowed and her husband left her or they broke up on a bad note, she will likely not trust men fully. She will not let you into her heart fully. And I tell you, bro, you don't want to experience a woman who distrusts men. You will hate yourself because you will never be enough for her, and you will never be fulfilled, and you will never enjoy the relationship. Now, number 5, she might not want to have other kids, even if you want to. This might be as a result of her distrust in men, or just a personal decision. She might choose not to have kids anymore if she has more than one. She can never make the decision after you guys get married, or after she is sure that you are now emotionally invested in her. The higher the number of children she has, the higher the probability of she not wanting children in the future. So imagine you want kids and she doesn't want to have kids, what now happens? I advise single fathers to go for single mothers. Or as a single father, you calm down and elevate yourself and your resources, and then you can pull in a younger single woman. It's very possible, guys. One love.
Shout out to my man. He ended it off just right. Just right. I couldn't have said it any better and wouldn't want to. My man Jay, shout out to Jay Sharp in the building. He says this. He said, in reality, it's a nightmare being with a baby mama. It's a stressful situation. The effects in the mind, body, and soul, kind of like self-incarceration. I know a few couples that are together and they've made it work. But the ones that I've seen made it work was mainly he had children, she had children. Children were the same age and they're doing great. And they had children together afterwards. But for the most part, most guys don't get the happily ever after like that. I wasn't willing to gamble that, brothers. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I wish I could put it some other way. I couldn't do it, man. For all you dudes that I'm being sincere. For all you dudes that after this camera go off in a few minutes and you're into baby mamas, that's cool, bro. I just want to let you know that you got the choice, that you don't have to be into baby mamas, and that you also have a lot of unexpected baggage that might come along, such as what we saw in the video today, with the pain and the lies that we heard from the baby mothers and the pain that the children and the baby fathers were going through. You might think you're getting a good one in DR, but you might just be getting a habitual liar. Why you in DR or Colombia? So just be safe out there, man. If you're dealing with them baby mamas, man, y'all got to be safe. Let's get ready for the outros. Let me let you guys get some sleep. I'm going to give me some as well. Hanging out with Mrs. Spence, getting some rest. I don't know why she's still up. She in there watching her telenovelas. Usually Andrea's asleep by now. Let's go with some outros. Let's go with just one outro today.
From this world, running on a hamster wheel, but searching for something I can't feel. I just wanna be a lost girl and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate above the ground and make eye contact with clouds. Now I'm rising, I'm soaring above. My spark, living in this crazy time, putting back the pieces of my mind. I know how to run from the dark and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate into the clouds. I'm so high above the ground. I'm rising, I'm soaring above. I wanna Living for weekends, wishing I could take a break from this world.